John, the YouTube live stream has begun. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening. This is the May 25th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Directors of Reston Association. We have a quorum. I'm looking for one of our directors to join us, and I'm given to understand that's going to happen soon. And so we'll go ahead and start the meeting. It's been 7 weeks since I was elected president, and people have asked me how it's going. And I respond that I feel like a one-armed paper hanger in a hurricane trying to drink from a fire hose. Let me begin by describing how I intend to preside at these meetings. By way of background, I've been dealing with parliamentary procedure since I was first elected to public office at 19. One of the strongest norms I internalized over those years is that the presiding officer should try to maintain neutrality. And therefore, and without objection, I'm going to ask Ms. Copeland to include the following intentions in the minutes of tonight's meeting. I will not make motions. I will do my best to limit my participation in any debate. That will be very hard. And I will not vote except to make a tie or break a tie. That question may have come up during the special meeting that my vote on a motion was not heard, but that's going to be my practice going forward. So what's going to happen going forward is Mr. Champ has been in the habit of drafting motions for us to consider that a person might have read. And my request to him is to send those draft motions out to the entire board before each and every meeting. And I believe you all got those for tonight's meeting. And so anyone should feel free to make one of the motions when the time comes. I've asked staff to obtain for each board member a copy of Robert's Rules for Dummies, which is waiting for you behind the desk at Member Services. I found it to be an excellent primer and far more approachable than this 600-page document with the font in, I think, 8 points, which makes it almost impossible to read. Recommendations from committees that have at least 2 board members on the committee, like BOC and BGC or Fiscal, will be properly before the board for consideration and action without the need for a board member to move the recommendation or for a second. Recommendations from committees without board members like PRAC, EAC, or MTAC will need a motion and a second, and I hope the board liaison for that committee will make that motion and be prepared to speak to it. Makers of motions will get the first opportunity to speak to the motion, followed by the person making the second. I'm asking that each board member limit themselves to 2 comments or 2 opportunities to speak per motion, and that members wait until each member has had first chance to speak to a motion before they ask to speak for a second time. That should eliminate the need for motions to call the question, which it wrangles because it's cutting other people's right to be heard off. There's a lot of information to share with the board and the community that has happened over the last 7 weeks. But Brittany, I think I'll wait to the end of the evening to address those items. Going forward, I'll probably videotape a president's report for each meeting so that you all can be fully apprised of what has happened since the last meeting. Before asking for a motion on the agenda, I want to congratulate Director Selvaraj D'Souza, who received an award for Volunteer of the Year from the local Democratic Party. It was well-deserved, and I wished I had been there that night to congratulate you and to recognize your service as a volunteer in the community. This award is, while it's given out by the political party, it's actually given to people who aren't necessarily members of a political party. It's to recognize volunteerism and to recognize contributions that volunteers make in the community. And obviously, anybody who's been following the homeless issues in Reston over the last year knows how intently our fellow director has advocated for the homeless, and I know that that will continue going forward. So congratulations, Director D'Souza, well deserved. I'm also going to ask the board's indulgence tonight regarding our Assistant Secretary, Brittany Copeland, who is under the weather. And while she's provided us with a beautiful picture, she'll be off camera, but will be present throughout the proceedings this evening. So with that, I'll ask for a motion on the agenda, and I'm going to ask for some unanimous consent to make some adjustments to that once the motion is made. Mr. Petrine is moving the agenda.
I move to accept the May 25th board agenda.
Is there a second? Anybody?
Second.
Thank you, Director Grewich. I'm going to ask you all to agree to make two adjustments to the agenda. I'd like to move item J and item N from their current location to right after the Razor report. The reason for that is these are informational. We've had videos that we've had the opportunity to look at, and what the practice would be is to ask questions of the staff member who made the video. And I'd like to try and let the staff members, once we go through that, go eat dinner and proceed on with that. And the other item, I'd like to add a new item to talk about having the June meetings and following the June meeting be a hybrid meeting. And I'm advised that we need to have a board vote to make that happen. So I'd ask unanimous consent to make those changes to the agenda. Is there any objection?
What item are you making the second, the June board meeting? What?
That would
Letter.
be the last item of the evening. That would be after
To
the
Q.
treasurer's report.
So Prime, thank you.
Is there any objection to those changes? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on. First item is the consent agenda. And do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I would like to make an objection.
Please proceed.
The objection is to the volunteer assignments.
All right, we'll make that item C1. Are there any?
I
other-
would like to move further that rather than it be item C1, that it be heard in executive session.
Well, let's deal with the rest of the consent agenda, and we can deal with that comment later on. Is there any, are we ready to vote on the balance of the consent agenda?
Does Irvin's motion need a second?
No, all he has to do is object, and then it goes down to the balance of the
No, his motion to move it to executive session needs a second.
yeah, I'm not taking that up at this time. We'll deal with that later. Right now, I'm just trying to get the consent agenda done.
I'll second your motion, Irvin.
Thank you.
But we can take it later.
We'll take it up in a minute. Can I, all those in favor of adopting the consent agenda except for the volunteer appointments?
Aye.
Right,
I
anybody?
have an objection to the approval of the board minutes
All right,
from April 25th.
okay. Then we'll take that up as item C2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that would leave the legal committee recommendations. Are we ready to vote on what remains of the consent agenda? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your
Aye.
hand. Okay, that looks to be unanimous. All right, item C1. There's a motion pending that it be discussed in executive session. You just want to speak to that motion, Mr. Flashman?
Yes. There were several appointments that are being recommended by the Board Operations Committee, in particular for the Lakes Equity Group. And I would like to have the opportunity to discuss those in depth. And that is appropriate for being done in executive session, as the BOC made those recommendations in executive session.
May I inquire, Mr. Flashman, other than the appointments to the Lake Equity, there were several other appointments that BOC recommended.
I have no objection to the other appointments.
So can we go ahead and approve the other appointments?
I have no objection to that being done.
Hearing and seeing no objection, can I call for a vote on the other appointments to the committees? All those in favor?
Aye.
Please raise your hand. That's unanimous. All right, so we have a motion to take that into executive session, moved and seconded. Any further discussion on bringing that into executive session? Director D'Souza, you seconded the motion. If you want to speak to it, now would be the time.
Well, my only argument, we've always treated volunteer appointments as personnel matters, so it makes sense for it to be an executive session. That's it.
All
Thank
right. Anybody else want to be heard on the motion? Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye, or raise your
Aye.
hand. That's unanimous. All right, we'll take it up in executive session. Okay. So, and you see
At
too,
the
you
board
had,
meetings.
you had a question about, the minutes. Director D'Souza.
Correct. Tony, can you give us some clarity on, we just heard John share how he would be voting in the future, but at the moment, the minutes reflect that he voted yes. Can you give us some guidance on that?
Choosing not to vote when you're present at a meeting, when you're entitled to vote, is an abstention.
So we
Pursuant to
would need,
Robert's rules.
okay, so we would need the change to the minutes, right? At the moment, they say John voted yes, it just needs to say he's abstaining. So if we're okay with that change, I can make the motion to approve the minutes as amended, if everyone's okay.
Please.
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second,
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
That's unanimous. All right. So we're now to the CEO update. And I'm going to understand,
Member comments?
Member
oh,
comments.
I'm sorry. Thank you for that. You know, it's buried. Do we have, Brittany, anybody? We have a number of member comments that were in writing. And all of those written comments have been shared with the board members. With Brittany being under the weather, I don't think I'm going to impose on her to read all of them. All the board members have seen them and will consider them. Brittany, do we have anybody who's signed up to speak this evening?
Other than those who submitted their statements, we don't have any additional people who signed up this evening. However, I do see someone else has their hand raised. I'm not certain if it's for member comments or not. Two people have their hands raised. So, Ms. Perry.
D'Souza, I see that you had your hand raised. And is Director Flashman, do you want to
Yes.
make a member comment also?
Yes, and I believe Margaret Perry had her hand up before I put mine up.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay,
Director D'Souza, member comment, 3 minutes.
Sure, I'll keep it really brief. And I don't see him here, so if somebody sees him, if not, they can share it. I just wanted to take a minute to thank Mike Leone, who this will be his last board meeting with us. We want to wish him well. He was a great resource for me as board president last year. I know I put him through the ringer with my communication asks, with videos and constant challenges thrown his way, including 11 o'clock, I think I sent a text for my comments for a press release, and he patiently waited for me. So thank you, Mike. You were wonderful. I don't remember RA before Mike. So as long as I've been part of RA, Mike Leone has been our spokesperson and our communications director. So thank you so much for all you've done for us. Wishing you the very best for your future. Thank you.
I think all the board joins Director Salvador D'Souza in those sentiments. Ms. Perry, former director of Hunters Woods. You can unmute yourself. It's your turn.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Perry. Brittany, I will provide my address to you in the notes. It came to my attention prior to the end of my term as an RA board member that the neighbors of the Shadowwood Recreation Area have been seeking a name change since 2007. The issue has been raised multiple times over the years, including at the South Lakes listening session in March. At the end of that meeting, I stayed to discuss the matter with the member lead. I reviewed the packet of documents showing multiple petitions and emails that had been collected over those years. I worked with Reston Association staff to prepare a presentation to be presented at the May Board Operations Committee meeting for submission to the full board at tonight's meeting. However, that agenda item was dropped by the board president due to the number of items on the agenda. I understand that meeting ended at 9:30 p.m., and this item could have easily been left on and tabled or submitted with recommendations for you, the members of the board. The members have asked that the name of the Shadowwood Recreation Area be changed to South Lakes Recreation Area. I've heard that some members of the board are concerned that South Lakes Drive is long, and this name may lead to people looking for the pool or tennis courts at the wrong end of the street. I do invite those board members to reach out to me for assistance with locating South Lakes Park, South Lakes High School, and South Lakes Shopping Center, because clearly those must also be too difficult to find on South Lakes Drive. I remind you all that you are here to represent the members, to listen to the members, and to act on behalf of the members. Please stop ignoring the members and move this name change discussion forward. On behalf of the neighbors of Shadowwood Recreation Area, I do want to thank the board for moving the pool renovations forward. I was there this past weekend, and the chip out and squaring of the pool has begun. Thank you for your attention to this matter and those of the membership.
Mr. Flashman, I believe you're next.
Yes, thank you. I would like to address a situation which exists presently, and that is that the Board Operations Committee is composed presently of only 3 members.
Erwin, could you state your name and address, please, for the,
Certainly. My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. To start again. Presently, there is an issue with the Board Operations Committee in that it is composed of only 3 members, and the resolution requires that there be 4 members. 2 members are mandated by the resolution, and that is the president and the secretary, and there must be 2 other members from the board appointed. Similarly, the Board Governance Committee has 4 members, and the members are mandatorily composed of the vice president and the treasurer. I'm sorry, the BOC has the treasurer, and the governance committee has secretary. And there are 2 other board members who are to be appointed. One member who was appointed by, or was named by the president to be a board member, a member of the BOC, did not accept the appointment. And so there are only 3 members standing on or sitting on the committee. And I believe it is important for the members to have the full member representation on the board. And I would urge the president to undertake the necessary steps to make a further appointment. Thank you.
Let's see. The next one I see with their hand up is somebody with iPhone. And if they could unmute themselves, identify themselves, and give us their address.
Hi, good evening. My name is Loretto Martinez. I'm the regional manager for Quantum Real Estate Management, and I'm here in regards to the 1820 items that were brought to Reston Association's attention.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Legal committee.
Oh, the legal
Right.
committee recommendation?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and the legal committee recommendations have been adopted by the board. I'm not sure, having the board having already approved the legal committee recommendations, I'm not quite sure what. But go
Do
ahead.
you want me to
Councilman.
add more? Do you want me to add more background on the situation, or?
Well, ma'am, we've already voted to
Okay,
accept the legal
so-
committee recommendations.
Okay,
I don't know if that's
so-
something you want to reach out to either our council or Mr. Adams on, but the board's already acted.
okay. So
Point of
I'm
order.
on-
I'm sorry, you have to give your name and address to make sure that you're a Reston member before you speak.
So I'm the regional property manager for Quantum Real Estate Management, overseeing Reston Town Center townhomes owned by Fairfax County. So I'm here because the matter was brought to the committee with allegations of items that were found, such as common area, exterior ground areas that we needed to address. So we are supposed to be here in a hearing to discuss them and hopefully get them, dismissed.
Sorry, Tony, a point of order again. Tony, can you please advise the board on whether this is a member comment?
The entity in question is a member in that it owns the property, these townhouses. So yes, I would believe this is a member comment.
Absolutely, yeah. So, so I'm here to discuss the case and to see what decision is made in regards to it today.
So I'll repeat myself, and forgive me for repeating myself, but the board's already voted on what to do. And I would encourage you to reach out to our counsel and to Mr. Adams to try and resolve the matter.
Okay, all right. So then we'll reach out to him and see how we can best resolve this.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Let's see, who else do we have? I see Carl. Yeah, I hope I'm doing this in order. I see Carl Friedrich has his hand up. Mr. Friedrich, if you can unmute yourself and give us your address.
Good evening, board. This is Carl Friedrich. I'm the cluster president for Colson Cluster. My residential address is 1668 Wainwright Drive, Reston, Virginia.
Go ahead, sir.
All right.
3 minutes.
We were invited by Reston Association to discuss a matter between Colson Cluster Board and Rebecca, who's also present. And basically, we would like to reaffirm that we are very pleased with the previous two decisions. I think I understand this is going to be the final discussion of this matter. And we just would like to reiterate that the situation is just as before, that basically the claim that the cluster is responsible for a drainage issue on private property has not changed. Bottom line, the cluster, with the help of several experts and consultants, has determined and redetermined that the issue at hand, that water is entering the private property of the house, is due to water coming off the roof and poor drainage on property that is owned by the owner. The cluster has done everything they can on cluster property to mitigate any potential flooding. And we have been advised that the best thing that can be done is to install on the property of the complainant a proper French drain to mitigate and eradicate the issue. So we feel we have done everything we can to help the homeowner, and we will defer to the Reston Association for a final call on the matter. Thank you very much for hearing us out, and we appreciate your support in the matter. Thank you.
So this is a matter that will come up before us in executive session on an application or appeal of the Covenant Committee's decision on it. And we'll take that up in executive session. Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. If you can lower your hand so I don't get confused, that would be great.
Are we excused, or should we stick around?
You're free to do whichever. I don't know that we'll be asking for any comment from you while we're in executive session.
Okay, I will take that. I will take that as my leave, and I will let you be at your business. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you for coming. The next one I see is Susan. You could unmute yourself and give us your name and address.
Hello, my name is Susan Zolans, and I am actually at 1604 Wainwright Drive in the Colson cluster. And we're here to speak with the association, with all due respect to Mr. Friedrich, who just spoke. So is it okay for me to proceed with my comments?
Ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. We want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we appreciate your time and your review of our case. But we do disagree with the Covenant Committee's findings. The Colson Cluster Association has violated Section 6.2 B7 of the Rest and Deed regarding erosion and C regarding maintenance of improvements. The maintenance of the common area behind our homes has been neglected for over 50 years. As a result, the ground is compacted and lacks porosity. During heavy rains, it's nearly impervious with stormwater running off the surface towards our homes. The original swale installed by the developer running laterally behind our homes has been filled by sediment from the common area runoff over time. Now, during heavy rains, several inches of water accumulate behind our homes. My home in particular gets 7 inches during a heavy rain. This is a public health hazard and will erode the foundation of our homes, affecting the overall property value of the entire cluster. We recognize that water from our downspouts is our responsibility. That said, the downspouts for 1600 and 1606 are buried. The downspouts for 1602 are only in the front of the house. At 1604, we installed the rain barrel as per the RA staff's recommendation. However, during the last moderate rain we had, while the rain barrel was effective in capturing the water from the roof, we still had significant water accumulation in our backyard, up to the sliders. Also, the surface area of the roof of our home pales in comparison with that of the common area, which is no less than 10 times the size. In 2019, Dan Schwartz, a soil scientist with NVS WCD, provided the reasonable recommendation to install a berm swale combination on cluster property extending from 1600 to beyond 1608 to both absorb water and direct runoff away from the homes. At that time, we asked the CCA to implement this recommendation and offered to apply for a grant to pay for a significant portion. However, no action was taken at that time. However, when another resident in the cluster at 1632 asked the CCA to remedy a stormwater issue near his home, the board did so within a matter of only 3 months. Last year, the CCA recognized its obligation to mitigate the runoff from the common area by installing a meadow behind 1600 to 1604, and we're grateful for that recognition. However, it exacerbated the problem. The landscape architect hired by the CCA designed the meadow to be 16 inches deep and extend from 1600 to beyond 1608 and spill into a dry well and rain garden between the carports of 1608 and 1610. But the CCA did not follow this plan. Without a survey of the common area, the board assumed the meadow would cross private property and made it a unilateral decision.
Thank you, Susan. You've reached your 3 minutes.
I'm
Can
sorry.
you wrap up, please?
Yes. Anyway, the decision was made that meadow was only made halfway, not as deep, and now the runoff goes around the meadow right into my backyard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Okay.
Next.
Can I ask for just a repeat of the resolution that she said towards
Yes.
the beginning?
Section 6.2 B7.
B7 of which resolution?
Colson Cluster Association, I think.
It's
No,
the
the
deed,
rest
Jennifer.
indeed
The
regarding.
deed? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
welcome.
Moving on to Rebecca Wingert Jabi. Can you unmute yourself and give us your address, please?
Hi, good evening. My address is 1600 Wainwright Drive, Reston, Virginia. I am also from Colson Cluster. I am a neighbor to Susan, who just spoke, and wanted to follow up on two things regarding Mr. Friedrich's comment that the drainage issue is only on my private property. I'd like to point out that I only have one drain coming from my roof, and it is buried underground. So it is not possible that it would be a problem coming from my drain. It's just factually inaccurate. Also, just to continue with Susan's comments, our key concern here is that we have been trying for 4 years to work with our board to get a reasonable resolution to the problem, including inviting the Northern Virginia Soil Water Conservation District here to come up with a reasonable solution. And they did. I think a berm swale combination on common area was very reasonable. Again, we were willing to apply for a grant for a good portion of that cost. However, our cluster board did not follow up with that. Instead, they hired a landscape architect to develop a master plan for the entire neighborhood. As part of that plan, the landscape architect designed a meadow to extend the full length of our row with a 16-inch deep trench that would dump into a dry well and rain garden. And that was just fantastic from our point of view. That would have solved our key issue. However, they unilaterally decided to cut that short just to have it extend halfway from the distance of the row. And it leans downhill towards Susan's backyard. Now the water, rather than coming down the hill as a sheet, it's in a channel, and that channel is directed to the backyard of my neighbor, and that water accumulates to about 7 inches. Clearly, that's a big problem. And we really wish that the board would have involved us in that decision that they made to cut it short. Plus, we just learned in the last covenants meeting on this issue that they did not submit the plan for DRB approval, which would have given us an opportunity to voice our concerns at that time and get some expert feedback from the DRB to resolve this issue reasonably. The other issue I want to point out is that this master plan that they developed cost the cluster $54,000. And as part of that plan, $24,000 of that was spent on an area that affects only 11% of the neighborhood. So there is a concern here too about their fiduciary responsibility and the equitable distribution of our resources. The short meadow that they put behind our homes was simply $5,000. And we're willing to work with the board, in terms of finding a reasonable solution to extend this meadow all the way down beyond our row into a dry well rain garden so that we have a long-term sustainable solution for this problem and don't have to bother you all anymore with it. That is our goal. And we're happy to apply. We understand there's grants from the Northern Virginia Soil Water Conservation available, and we're happy to apply to help reduce those costs.
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
much. Thank you for your time.
Alan Nathanson. Mr. Nathanson, if you can unmute yourself and give us your name and address.
Alan Nathanson, 2217 Double Eagle Court, Reston, Virginia. And I'd like to speak to the name change also at Shadowwood. We've sent to the board a petition that we've taken from our community with about 60 members on it and a short survey that we did, all in support of this name change. The name Shadowwood Pool is misleading, as the pool does not serve only the Shadowwood properties, but rather many other clusters and neighborhoods in the area. Changing the name to the South Lakes Recreational Area would reflect this larger constituency and improve on attendance. We've been pushing this thing since 2007, and we haven't had a decision from the board, a positive decision from the board. I've gone to at least 3 or 4 listening meetings over the years, and it hasn't gone forward from that either. We're asking that this be brought up at the next board meeting and that appropriately it be passed to make a name change. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
I beg your
Go ahead.
pardon?
May I ask a question of Mr. Nathanson?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lori. I didn't recognize it was you speaking. Go ahead.
All right. And I'm sorry if my technology is not cooperating today. You mentioned a survey that had been done, and I'm curious whether residents of Shadowwood condominiums were included in the survey.
They weren't included in this survey. It was just a survey of the people across the street. We are Colonial Green. In the past, the Shadowwood people have worked with us, but I haven't been able to contact them to get on a survey.
So
But
they
at
did
the
not
listening,
participate in this
at the
current
listening
survey.
tours, they were present and they brought that up of the name change and also to keep the pool opening that we like.
But if I understand it correctly, residents of Shadowwood condominiums did not participate in the survey that you've mentioned today. Is that right?
Yes, that was just a local survey that we did within our cluster.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Similarly, I'd like to ask a question. You said you did a petition in 2007.
Correct.
Is there anything that is, more recent than that?
Yes, I just provided a recent one when I emailed it over to the board. So there's one that we just finished yesterday. It wasn't easy.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nathanson, thank you for your time. Brittany, has anybody else raised their hand or indicated they want to make a member comment?
I do not see any additional hands raised, and there are no more comments in the chat box.
All right, we'll move on. Thank you, everyone, for all of your comments. I'm sure the board will consider them deliberately and decide where to go with all of them. The next item is the CEO update. Mr. Cummins.
Thanks, John. So I did a video on a couple of topical areas and be welcome to take some questions if anyone has any on those things. I thought, though, I wanted to comment quickly and then give a brief staff presentation with the board's indulgence. Yesterday, some of you may have seen there was an article that came out in Reston Now. It quoted one of our staff members about the opening of Lake Thoreau being pushed back into September. That's misinformation. That's not true. You all may recall that in March, there was a lot of questions about when Lake Thoreau was going to open. And we said that it was going to open sometime in mid to late August or potentially late September. And at any rate, yesterday's article made it sound like for sure was going to happen in September. So I wanted to clear that up. There's been no change in status. If there is a change in status, of course, we will come back and let everybody know. I think anybody involved in construction projects know that there are things at the very end that could cause, a delay, and there's inspection processes and all sorts of things. But it sort of came out and I think might have been surprising for some members in the community. So, but what I thought we might do, I know you've got a full agenda tonight. We have some materials prepared that speak to some of the budgetary considerations around Lake Thoreau. And I thought it might make some sense to have Chris Schumacher, our CIP director, walk the board through some of those things, because I do think there will be a financial change to the contract that's likely coming to the board in the next month or two. So if you're all interested in that, I'd be happy to do that tonight. But mostly I wanted to make sure that we cleared up any confusion around yesterday's article.
Please proceed.
Okay, I'll hand it off to Chris.
Good evening. So I will be sharing my screen here. Just give me just a moment. Okay, can you see the presentation there?
Not yet.
Come on.
There we go.
Oh, now we can. Hope I didn't just cancel it. All right, but no, hold on. Jeez. Apologies. Come on, computer. Free share. All right, try this one more time. We got it?
Chris, we still cannot see the presentation.
All right, it's taking a second here to load, it appears.
There you go.
It's there.
All right, bit of a delay on my end. I apologize. So yes, I wanted to give you a very brief overview of the Hubert contract. So Hubert Construction is the hired contractor on the Lake Thoreau project. This is a presentation I gave you guys. However, I have made a couple edits to it to kind of make it a little bit more easily to present and consume on a presentation format. So first off, just as a reminder, background story, in November of 2021, the board approved the construction of Lake Throw Pool with Hubert Construction at a value of $3.22 million. I'll note that this was before we had our permits submitted to Fairfax County and VDOT. So this is an effort to kind of get the ball rolling early in the contract, as well as bring them in at the final 20% design to make any constructability or suggestions or ideas to then help us with the project. I would also note that this was during the pandemic. It was still very much present in triggering supply chain disruptions, permit delays, and increasing construction costs. So you can see in the bottom image there, the outline of the motion that passed the contract. And so just after the new year, following the contract approval, after the holidays, we did our kickoff meeting with Hubert and Kimley Horn. Following the group discussions, we decided to task Hubert with the actual submission of the permits to Fairfax County. This would help streamline the execution process, as well as give them kind of the ownership of the submission to make sure that they knew and were aware of all the changes and amendments that may come from Fairfax County. So there'd be no confusion due to the process or any of the changes that may occur throughout the submission. So this necessitated the first change order of the contract to task them with this, as it was not part of the original contract. So that was just over $11,000 for that addition, resulting in a 0.35% delta change on the contract value. Once we had the permits cleared by Fairfax County after about 6 or 7 months, we began groundbreaking in August of 2022. As part of the county requirements, you have to perform a pre-construction meeting with Fairfax County site inspector, as well as an urban forester. During that meeting, several additional trees were identified by the urban forester that necessitated removal. They also necessitated the appointment of an independent third-party project arborist that would oversee the tree removals outlined in the plan, as well as the tree protections. That arborist also identified several other trees that necessitated removal, based upon condition, disease, or invasive species. So this necessitated the third change order that resulted just around $12,000. So that now has a net change of 0.73% to the contract value. So in that image, you can see right there, all the little red X's are all the additional trees that were removed as part of their requirements. So now we're into September and October of last year. So there's some additional coordination efforts required to finalize the VDOT permit. So that was a very small change order with Hubert of just over $1,500 to wrap up and execute that, and then bring that permit cleared. So that is a total of 0.77% change. Now, at this point, they were also, Hubert was now finalizing all of the cost adjustments that came about from the county and VDOT submissions and the permit clearance, all the comments and revisions that they had to perform in order to clear the permits. So in November of last year, Hubert finalized all of those figures with their various subcontractors and provided a change order that then encompassed all those changes. Now, this was a large change order, just under $200,000. It was reviewed by myself, the design team, and an independent professional cost estimator that verified that those numbers were, in fact, correct and accurate based upon what they, detailed, what they described, the changes were needed. We also did some security fencing and repositioned a few things to aid in walkability around the site. So this necessitated the fifth change order. I provided a memo to the board of directors in November that detailed a lot of these elements, as well as the necessity to increase the budget of the project an additional $250,000 for a total of $4 million approved. So with that change order, we had a jump to just under 7% delta on the contract. Then in December, very end of last year, following the interior demolition of the main bathhouse, we discovered a significant amount of rot to the framing, especially around the base plates and the studs in the back corner of the facility. So you can see in that one image, all of that brand new wood is all new framing that was put in. All the darker brown is the original. So you can see that quite a bit of the sheathing and the framing had to be replaced because of the rot. In that right image, you can see some images of that damage. So this necessitated the sixth change order on the project of just over $13,000. And this had a net increase of 7.33% total. So in March of this year, we began trying to find some value engineering options. The design team and I started looking at a few things. We actually ran into a problem with a head height on a door after we finally got the final grades and the slab done. So that actually netted a just under $5,000 savings in the design that we came up with. However, at the same time, the construction teams were beginning to exfil the retaining walls around the parking lot. As they started going down that soils, they were hitting very poor soils. They did not have the compaction requirements needed. We have to have a third-party independent special inspector on site that does the oversight. And they identified these soils were inadequate. So they had to come up with some additional measures to stabilize that area, which necessitated additional undercutting of a couple additional feet, and then stabilization measures to do that. In that one image you can see in the bottom with the arrow, that's actually a car tire that was mixed in with the subsoil. So there was a lot of trash and debris. I'm not entirely sure that area might have been used way back when as maybe a landfill by someone perhaps, but there was quite a bit of random things in that soil that definitely made it a bit challenging to get the compactions we needed. So this necessitated the 7th change order and had a net of $22,750. That's including the offset. So that had a total net change to the original contract value of just over 8%. Now, April of this year, excuse me, during the bathhouse rough-in work for the sanitary line, we discovered that in conflict with what the original as-built drawings, as well as the county sewer maps, the location of the sanitary line to the building, as well as some of the laterals that serve the rest of the area, were not in the right location as they were depicted in the mapping, and were also not of the right size. They said it was 6 inches in the plans. It actually turned out to be 4 inches. And we necessitated a 6-inch sanitary line to serve this building. So as a result, we had to abandon the old line and install a new one from the bathhouse all the way to the sanitary point at the bottom of the hillside. So you can see that red line in that image, that map of how far we had to go, just about 200 linear feet. So this required the 8th change order of just over $23,000. And this netted a total change of just over 8.75%. So with these changes that we've seen and the potential for a few other ones, staff felt it that was important to bring this to the board's attention as per our resolution requirements, that if a contract exceeds 10% of its original value, it necessitates a reapproval. In this instance, it would be by the full board, as it was a contract that necessitated the original approval by the full board. With a few additional items that I'm still waiting on final figures from the contractor, I do believe that we will breach this 10% threshold. By exactly how much, it's still to be determined. I would think it would be just over the 10% at this stage. However, there's still, a bit of things to do at the project before we're wrapped up. So there is still the potential for even more. I would imagine there's not going to be anything particularly severe at this stage, since we were basically done with all exfil work. And now we're just dealing with the building, which is very much, gutted at this point, and putting things together. I will continue working with the design team and Hubert on finding some other cost-cutting measures that we can, particularly focused on fit and finishes within the bathhouse that would not otherwise impact the schedule of the project of having to then find alternates and then source them with revised lead times. So I'm happy to answer any questions anything else you need.
Questions for Mr. Schumacher?
I have a request that I had put into email, and Chris affirmed that he would put this on the capital projects page and send out an email after the meeting, but I'd also like to reiterate my request to put it in the public board of directors meeting Dropbox for May, please.
Without objection, so ordered. I have a couple of questions, but I want the rest of the board to have an opportunity to ask questions. If there aren't any.
I have a couple.
Please.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Chris, not being a builder myself, I'm asking for your expertise here. Is there any way that the change orders that we're identifying now could have been identified earlier in the process, or well, let's stick with that. Could they have been identified earlier in the process with a more thorough assessment?
I would say for the vast majority, no. These are things that are existing site conditions that are unseen and unknown until you break ground or tear walls apart. You can only do so much due diligence on a project. We did geotechnical studies, the entire site, I think over 26 borings. And even that will not tell you exactly what kind of soil conditions you're dealing with, because that only gives you a point information of about 6 inches or so of where that boring was done. So you could just miss something. And then rot on walls, you do a construction on an old house, you start tearing things apart, and that's when you start seeing things. Now, perhaps in the future, we could do more destructive testing to kind of vet these types of things out, where we actually start tearing back sections of walls or digging test pits. But those are things that, do take a lot of time and additional expense to do that kind of investigation. But that could be a lesson learned moving into the future. But during initial phases of the project, we did not think it was necessary to do something of that level, but it would be something we would evaluate doing on future projects.
The reason I asked that is, my brief time on the board, it seems that this has happened a couple of times on issues. And I'm just wondering if, this isn't something, like you said, that in the future, you're going to want to incorporate into your process to have a much more detailed assessment of the work that was done prior to you to make sure that, it is up to snuff. And then I guess my follow on to that is, are you also taking steps to build into our future maintenance activities, activities to ensure that it doesn't get to that point again in the future?
Yeah, it's inherently different with construction from the early 1980s to today on the design, the requirements that would likely avoid a lot of these types of issues down the road. But, then again, the construction we do now could very much be different in the next 40 years. And they could say the same things about what we do today. But for the most part, we are taking all of the measures of modern standard constructability to ensure that it does, sustain itself for its, foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Director Graywich, did you have a question?
I did. Less of a question, more of a comment for Chris. Chris, I appreciate the sentiment that you had at the end in the last slide, basically to find cost-cutting measures, work with the contractor to offset some of the unanticipated change orders that you've come across. But there seems to be a fairly strong justification for most of these change orders that we, you don't necessarily know going in, but you work to adjust as you move through a construction project. What I would hope is that we do not just for some small savings, we do not compromise some of the durability of our finishes and of our materials at the end of this project, just for a small savings, and we end up with higher fixes in 2 to 3 years because we decided to pat ourselves on the back for 20 grand or 30 grand savings here or there. There was probably an intent and a purpose behind the finishes and the selections that were made at the start of this project. And I would look very seriously at maintaining that project or maintaining that plan, despite some of the change orders that we've had to endure. Thanks.
Absolutely. Coming from the aquatics maintenance department for almost, I think it was 8-9 years working there, I have a very, intimate familiarity of the limits that you should or should not do on these bathhouses to maintain them, because I've been there in the same guy's shoes dealing with it. So yes, I'm very cognizant of that. I do a lot of thinking of how we're going to, deal with this in the future and discussing it with our current aquatic facility maintenance manager on that. So yes, we'll be sure of delicately, running that line of what can we do in reason without compromising the end quality of the project.
Anyone else? Ms. Juszczyk.
I understand. Mac and Chris are going about a project to review our capital project process. And I would ask them to consider as they're reviewing it, whether it would be more appropriate for us to seek county approvals prior to contracting something. On this one, the fifth change order, I believe a significant portion of those changes came from county feedback and requests that we make on the project. And I think those could have been incorporated into the original contract if we would have gone to the county first. So if you could make those to considerations when you're reviewing the process in the future, that would be great. Thank you.
Anybody else? I have two questions. Mr. Schumacher, you're indicating that you were likely to be coming back to the board for reauthorization of the contract because we're going to go over the 10% threshold. Is that likely to, can we wait on that until the June meeting, or will you need to be circulating a unanimous written consent, or how do you anticipate that happening?
One possibility is to perhaps as the May 31st have a very brief executive session if I can get everything assembled with adequate time. That would be the first potential option. Or yes, we could attempt going through unanimous consent through email, or perhaps if there's anything that would be of executive session type nature, through a special meeting. But my objective would try to get something perhaps during the 31st joint meeting between the board and fiscal committee, just to address that quickly. Otherwise, if we wait too long to such as the June meeting, we're going to be pushing timeline on us getting some of these more critical elements cleared and approved for Hubert to then move forward on without holding them up too much on the rest of the project.
Council, have we sent out the notice of the meeting on the 31st?
We have not.
So it seems to me that we need to add this item to this, since we can only talk about during special meetings, we can only talk about things that are noticed. It would seem to me that we need to make sure we include a contractual question or executive session in the notice of that special meeting.
It'll be done.
And so make sure I understand, because you answered my second question. If we don't act on this on the 31st, is it likely to delay, cause the contractor A to walk off the job, or B, cause a delay in the opening?
If we wait to the June board meeting, the end of June, I think it would have a negative impact to the overall project schedule and completion. I would prefer to get it either by the end of this month or very early in June at the latest to get these items cleared that are still pending. And I'm pressing to try to get everything assembled from Hubert by tomorrow to then have everything ready and assembled by next week at the latest.
Well, if we aren't able to deal with it on the 31st, are we looking at a possibility of Hubert walking off the job?
I don't believe so, but it would definitely impact progress in a few areas that are on the critical path. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at delay in reopening. Do I understand that correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Mr. Flashman, you had a question.
Yes, would the delay imply increased costs?
Potentially, some of this does involve lumber, which is pretty volatile right now. And the longer we wait on giving that clearance, the more opportunity for it to change.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of if there is significant delay and the contractor has to switch his employees to other sites to do work.
I'm not entirely sure I would be able to answer that on their behalf on some of the detail of what's going on right now. But there's always that possibility if they have to pull contractors off, it might be harder for them to get them back. I don't know if that would necessarily, become a cost impact, but I know that they're on a schedule they're trying to keep. And I'm sure that any delay would then provide a possible avenue for cost increases as a result.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Flashman. Any other questions for Mr. Schumacher regarding the Lake Thoreau Hubert contract? Director Jeffsack.
Not a question, but can we just ask staff to work with Tony on potential alternatives if Chris is not able to tie this down by the 31st? Like maybe we can do an approval up to and including a certain dollar amount, something of that nature, so that we don't risk the project being delayed.
I think our council heard that suggestion, and I think he'll work with Mr. Schumacher to make it happen.
Absolutely.
Thank you, council. Any other questions regarding Mr. Schumacher? Can we let him go have some dinner?
Executive session for me still.
All right. Well, I do have two points I want to clarify in the CEO's report. Does anybody else have any questions on the CEO's report update?
No.
Director Silva Souza.
I do. And maybe if you want to touch on it, Mac, do you want to briefly talk about Barton Hill, and then I'll make my comment.
Sure. So on Barton Hill, the most recent public action, of course, was the neighborhood or public open house meeting where we talked about some components of the project, and there was a number of comments made. That meeting, I believe, was back in the March timeframe. I can't remember the exact month. After that, myself, a couple of board members met out on site. We looked at some of the things that people wanted to talk to the association about. Generally, those topical areas fit within pedestrian safety and things around trail crossings and just how you access the facility, things around noise, and then overall project impacts. So what I've committed to the community is that we were going to look into those things and see how we could mitigate impacts beyond what we'd currently shown in the project scope and or get additional information. And so we're in the process of doing that right now. And it would be my intent to want to have another public meeting with the neighborhood and any affected individuals that wanted to participate to go through that information before bringing it back to the full board to decide what the next steps are.
Thank you,
Got a
Mike.
comment?
I do. And given that we have Barton Hill as part of the CEO update, and we're seriously considering a second community meeting, I just want to throw this out there. This has been an agenda item for as long as I've been on the board, and both sides of the community have been suffering. The pickleball players without a pickleball court, and the Barton Hill community kind of dangling. And I'm proposing, I look at it as a win-win. Probably some would look at it as a compromise, however they want to. So let me move to direct staff to reconfigure the restriping project for Barton Hill to create only 2 pickleball courts with noise barriers and 2 tennis courts. And if there is a second, I can explain that motion a little more. Thank you, Travis. This is a compromise for both sides. And what I'm proposing is right now we have 4 tennis courts, is replacing 2 of that tennis courts with 2 pickleball courts. Normally we would do 2 pickleball courts and 1 tennis court. This one is 1 for 1. And I think we don't have to deal with the parking issue if we went down this road. Both communities, if we did the noise barriers, the pickleball players, yes, they don't get as many as 8 pickleball courts, but they get something, and they get it now instead of dragging it on and waiting forever and being a long drawn out process. And as far as the Barton Hill community, again, it's a smaller number of courts, which will limit the amount of traffic coming into that intersection that all of us have seen. So that I'll get off my soapbox. That's the motion. We have a second. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll leave it to you, John.
Director Johnson, you seconded the motion.
I did. I'd like to support Sarah's position here. I think it's a great compromise, reduces not just the traffic, but the amount of noise that would be inherent in the larger number of pickleball courts, and also allow pickleball players to have 2 additional new courts that they didn't have, they wouldn't otherwise have. I would, however, like to ensure that any change that we make adheres to, I think, some of the additional controls that Mac was referring to curtail the noise in the neighborhood.
Director Dodd.
I would also like to speak in support of this suggestion. I think that further delay is not in anyone's best interest here. And this is a resolution that could allow us to move forward towards resolving some of the problems on both sides. So I think this is something to favor, move forward instead of continuing to discuss and finish the project.
Anybody else to speak? I am gonna share a thought or two. Mr. Petrine, then Mr. Collins.
Is this going to permit, would you envision this would also restripe the tennis ball courts, the tennis courts to include pickleball? Or would it be?
No, only
use is separate.
Use is separate. So 2 tennis stays 2 tennis, 2 pickleball stays 2 pickleball. That's it.
Ms. Director Collins.
Hi, Sarah, I really appreciate the spirit of compromise with this. And, it sounds like a reasonable proposal to me, but I have to vote no because I don't think we should be doing it this way. In an unnoticed motion without people speaking to a specific proposal, something that's more concrete than a motion. When we have something like that, I'd love to help out. Thank you.
Director Guerrero, should I see your hand up?
Yes, my only question with this is, it seems like there would be excess recreational space that's unoccupied. Has there been any thought to what we would do if we only used, not saying it needs to be used for pickleball, I'm just saying, have we thought about what might be used in that additional paved space, if not for a court of some sport?
Can I answer that?
Please,
Okay.
proceed.
So Trevor, if you check out a lot of our tennis facilities, right? If someone's playing on the court, a lot of the folks who are waiting and standing outside and standing in the parking lot. Pickleball being a shorter game, this would actually give us some spectator space where folks, if we had, I don't know, benches around, but that's for Laura and maybe Chris to come up with creative ways. But for me as a member, I'd love to have some benches and seats where we can wait while we're waiting for a court. So that's just my thoughts, but I'm sure Laura and Chris or Mac have better ideas on use of that space.
Anyone else to speak to the issue? Mac?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just want to offer, this is all happening very fast in terms of a fairly large business decision that the board and the community have been considering for some time. We have been doing a fair amount of research and compiling information for the board. And I think that might be information that you would benefit from before making a final decision. And some of those issues came up at BOC and during executive session. So, my advice would be to have the opportunity to benefit from that before taking a final vote. But of course, we're here, at the pleasure of the board.
Anyone else to speak to the issue? Director Jusak.
I just want to make sure I have the motion right. So it's 2 pickleball courts on the east side, 2 tennis courts on the west side, and sound barriers around the whole facility. Is that what you said? Or just
Didn't say
around the
anything.
pickleball courts? Or is there any sound barriers in the motion and I missed it?
I said noise barriers for the 2 pickleball courts.
For the 2 pickleball courts. Okay. So I also like the compromise. I think it gives some relief to the Barton Hill community to know the number of pickleball courts that would be at this facility. The piece that I'm leery of is I think there are many other issues to address. I had written down 32 different issues that the members had brought up at the last meeting. The crossing has become quite an issue and has a following. And so I want to make sure that we're not having staff just move forward with the design and go to DRB and get approval and then come back to us with a contract, that we are still going to address the other research that the team is doing, that the community gave us. And this would just be kind of solidifying that the design that comes back to us has 2 and 2. And I don't know if we need that in a motion. I see a lot of nodding ahead, so I'm happy to see that. But I kind of want to make sure that it may be included in the motion.
This is
that
only narrowing the
design.
scope, but if you want to suggest an amendment, I'm sure we can consider.
Okay, I have to think of the words to put an amendment.
Director Josek, do you want a moment? And Mr. Director Flash.
Yeah, go ahead and
like
take,
to speak.
and I'll think of words.
Director Flashman.
It seems to me that Sarah's motion is a narrowing of the issue related to the pickleball courts. It doesn't do anything else with regard to other issues. And it is not necessary for this motion to deal with those other issues. Those can be dealt with in due course. But this at least moves things forward and settles those issues. If there are other issues that remain and need to be attended to, they can still be attended to. But it does move things forward in a significant way.
Thank you, Robert.
Director Johnson, second comment. Has everybody had an opportunity for a first comment who would like to speak to the issue? Then let me take my opportunity to speak to the issue, Director Johnson, and I'll come back to you. Couple of things. I've had meetings with people in the Barton Hills community since I became president. And a couple of things have come to my attention. One is the extent to which tennis players have gotten to the point where they don't want to be on the same court or adjacent courts with pickleball players. So that's something to consider as how we allocate the other courts that aren't given to pickleball. And that invites us an exploration of, is there another recreational activity that we could assign the tennis courts to? My other understanding is that shared courts are not desirable. In other words, a court that you can convert from pickleball to tennis and back again are not desirable by either community. So that's that. The other thought I had is, I already mentioned, there's a possibility that we could reallocate the tennis courts to an entirely different recreational use. And then an observation that in pickleball, it's something like pickup basketball. People go and they take their turns, and I got winners, which is back in the day when I played basketball, is how we used a basketball court. And so there is a thought that maybe we want to have a gazebo here to let people get out of the hot sun while they're waiting for their turn to play. Benches and other things like that. And I'm concerned that this motion cuts off those kind of explorations for the staff. And I'd ask you all to consider that as we take a vote. Director Johnson, second go around.
Yeah, just to address the points that you just made and the points that Director Juszczyk made. My understanding of the motion that I seconded was that we're simply limiting the association's work, the staff's work, to 2 pickleball courts and 2 tennis courts. Everything else is still at play. So your ideas for what to do with the rest of the space still at play. everything else with regard to traffic and the crossing still engaged. I don't think that this motion has at all limited any of that activity.
Respectfully, Director Johnson, if we decide to commit those other two courts to tennis, it would preclude any other recreational use. That's what I was asking you to consider. Ma'am, Director D'Souza.
Okay, just Sarah's good. Tony, if we were going to change the use of the tennis, we would anyway have to go through a referendum, right?
If we were going to change a referendum,
No. What is if we were going to change? We went through this with, I think, Shadowwood. If we were changing it from a pool to something else, we had to go to the community.
would we have to go to the community to change the use? I don't.
If it was not a pool anymore. Yes, Bob, I think you have the answer, Bob.
If you change the purpose of recreational, it has to be similar in use, and it has to be usable by the same groups that used the previous.
Correct. Thank you, Bob. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I was confused as to whether, I thought you were talking about the county.
I know, Tony. That wasn't a very clear question on my part. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bob, for the clarification. Just to add, at the moment, what we have is a motion that the previous board voted on to add pickleball to Barton Hill. And we have, for the last 3 years that I have been on the board, had this constant debate of pickleball, no pickleball, pickleball, no pickleball, and gone down this dance. So all, like Travis was saying, my motion is defining it, that we keep 2 tennis courts, keep 2 as pickleball courts. I definitely don't want to throw in that we're taking away tennis courts from tennis players. I don't want to deal with that rap. However, as Travis said, the other use of the space around, a gazebo, benches, those are all still wide open for conversation. I hope that clarifies. And Mac, like you said, all of the other pieces are still at play and will still be discussed. This is just to end that conversation of pickleball, no pickleball dance we've been doing for so long. And that said, I'll get off my soapbox. I see Bob has his hand up. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Second go around.
Okay.
Director Petrine.
Second and last.
Director Gurevich.
I agree with both Director Collins and Director Josh Chuck for number one. This was not on the agenda this evening, and I wasn't prepared to consider this, even though this is a compromise. This is almost Solomaic in how we deal with this issue. It is dragged on for 3 years for a bunch of reasons, but I think it deserves more than what we've done this evening, because once we set in motion 2 tennis courts and 2 pickleball courts, that's going to be what staff is going to do, because that's what we've asked them to do. And I think it deserves more fulsome discussion, and particularly at least one last interaction with both groups, both the pickleball community as well as the local community, which has to live with the decision that we make. So I will be voting no.
Director Gurevich.
Director Petrine covered much of my comments, but I do feel that the idea of a compromise on its face is not objectionable. I think that is probably a smart approach after such a long, drawn out process. However, the motion being brought up tonight without member comments, without the ability to hear from the association, is just, it feels like it's not the right time and place to be executing this. So I will be voting no, and for those reasons. But the idea of a compromise is something that I think could be beneficial for many.
Are we ready for a vote? Mr. Flashman.
I have one comment, and it is in response to a comment that you made, John, which was that there would be sharing of courts, that is between tennis and pickleball. So tennis and pickleball could use the same court at obviously at different times. And that is not what is indicated by the proposal by Director D'Souza. It would have 2 permanent tennis courts and 2 permanent pickleball courts. End of story. Just a clarification. I might add that if there is a strong sentiment that requires this to be put before the community once again, that perhaps this would be the proposal that would be put before the community. If the board should decide that it doesn't want to approve this at the moment, I would suggest rather than killing the proposal that it be tabled
Director Dodd.
to the next meeting.
I'm sorry, Director Flashman. I thought you were done. Forgive me.
Yeah.
Director
You know,
Dodd?
and I have a similar point to those raised by others that I don't know. I haven't picked up my copy of Robert's Rules for Dummies yet. And so I don't know if there is a way at this point before we come to a yes or no vote to make some sort of motion to defer this for a month so that the public can be aware of that this proposal is being discussed and can make its wishes known in between now and the time of the vote. Is there a way to accomplish that?
Yes, that there is, but I see Director D'Souza has her hand up, and so I'll let her speak for a third time, and we'll see what she has to say.
John, go ahead, answer the question, and then I can add at the end.
The answer is, Director Dodd, you could move to defer this decision on the motion until a date certain of the June meeting. And if you got a second, we could vote on that. And that motion, it takes precedent over the pending motion. Director D'Souza, you wanted to speak?
Let Lori make her decision. Lori,
Yeah,
are you
I
making
would like to present that motion to defer the vote to the next board meeting so that the public can weigh in with the reactions to the proposal.
Well, we're going to have a board meeting next week. I think you meant to defer the decision to vote on
apologize.
this until the June,
Yes.
the regular
Yes,
June
the
meeting.
regular June meeting.
Could we add it to the next board meeting, please? I would support that if it's the next board meeting, because
Well,
it still needs to be notified and some of the folks are here.
The next board meeting, ma'am, is
Just a
a
week
joint
away?
meeting with the Finance Committee. And I think Director Petrine would have some agenda if that happened.
Okay, got it.
So a motion has been made to postpone consideration of the current motion to the June regular meeting.
Yes.
I'm looking for a second. Is there a second to that motion? See 3 seconds, Director Collins, Director Petrine, Director Johnson. Any further debate on the motion? I can't even remember if it's debatable or not, but hopefully we'll beat this horse to death. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to postpone to a date certain will say, I will raise their hand. Aye, good. It looks like I've got 7 yeses. All those opposed? 1 opposed. All right. Well, we'll take that up at the June meeting then.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, moving on. We are on to, I think it's executive session. That right?
Motion to enter executive session on violation matters, covenants committee decision appeals, Holston Cluster and Village Ridge condominiums, consultation with council, personnel matters, and contractual matters.
And I'm given to understand that we were going to have a representative of a covenants committee available for us tonight.
Yes, Charlie is on the call.
Charlie's on the call. So Brittany will want Charlie to join us. All right.
Will do.
Take us away.
Hello, my name is Laura Kowalski. I'm the Director of Recreation and Environmental Education. Our department provides programming, events, and educational opportunities to members at the facilities and lands that are managed by Reston Association, from pools, tennis, pickleball, recreation areas, our Walker Nature Education Center, conference centers, and then also locations both in and outside of Reston. Our sub-departments provide excellent opportunities for fun. Aquatics, camps, events, administration, pickleball tennis, the Walker Nature Education Center, and Volunteer Reston are all things that are part of the association. Today, I'll be providing information on the community survey and its progress, recreation pass sales statistics, a sample of our future recreation reporting with a new system called IntelliTrack, provide a hiring update on both our full and seasonal employees, and also talk about upcoming events, opportunities for engagement, and mentioning how we're doing for the first quarter. The biggest initiative this summer is the community survey. The survey is now open for members to provide input on the development of Reston Association's next 10-year facility recreation plan. As of May 18th, we have received 915 qualified completions, with the desired number to be somewhere between 750 30th, and the results will be reported out at the September board meeting. You can use the QR code on this screen and the next to click and take the survey, or visit www.reston.org and find About Reston and click on the community survey. It's available in English and in Spanish. To provide a little insight on the demographics of the survey, here's a sampling of information being collected. Generally, each category is going as expected. We have noticed that while we are receiving responses, for example, in property type, this is inclusive of single family, townhouse, condo, patio home, and apartments. We have seen that apartments is not as high as we would hope. So we are making a concerted effort to get to the apartment owners with requests for information to either post and/or distribute. If you haven't taken the survey, please click on the QR code or visit www.reston.org about RA and look for the community survey. Recreation pass sales are overall on track compared to January through April of 2022. There are a variety of options. For members, the pass is all-inclusive with pools, tennis, and pickleball available. For non-members, there are options for either all access or a court pass. There are a few changes to the pass structure from 2022. This year, we have combined tennis and pickleball for our non-resident options into a court pass. The number of passes has decreased, however, the revenue is higher with the increase in fee for that type of pass. The preseason discount was removed for both member and non-member purchases. And again, overall, we're on track compared to where we were last year and look forward to seeing our recreation pass holders this year. I'm pleased to report the enhanced reporting system ability through a current application with Vermont Systems, Inc., IntelliTrack. This allows staff to pull information about programs, services, activities, rentals that are sold in either WebTrack, the member-facing side, or RecTrack, sales that are made by staff or in person at RA headquarters. The software was received in April and staff will be trained throughout the summer. We're excited to present a more robust report out in Q4 with these tools. The next few slides are a quick glimpse into samples of the information, allowing us to drill down into various areas of our registration information, providing us tools needed to make informed decisions about our operations in the future. This is a sample dashboard with demographics that show households served, individuals served, and further breakdowns available, charted across the year by age and more. This graph shows January through December 2022, and it reflects the peak enrollments and households and individuals served. As you can see, it is in alignment with our service lines. Heavy peak times during the summer months at the highest point in July. This sample shows how many sales were made either in person through our RecTrack or by staff, or externally at home by our members using WebTrack. In addition, you can see there's a sample for a zip code breakdown. The largest zip code right now is 20191 in our South Lakes and Hunters Woods districts at 45%, followed closely by others in Reston. The 13% was miscellaneous. So as you can see, the pie chart that it has been broken out much farther is made up of what that 13% is. It shows us Sterling, Herndon, and other zip codes around the area for where we have a reach. Here's an example of ages, with the top row highlighting an age segment of 13 to 41-year-olds. The second row shows the full age segment of 0 all the way to over 100 years old. So this gives us a look into how old and what segments we are serving, and even what segments we are not serving as well. The chart below shows us the visits by gender, with male, female, and then also those that choose not to report. This final example is transactions by hour. This is information on when purchases are made each hour of the day. What this does is it shows us when members are making purchases, and it will help us adjust our staffing levels so that we can have service available during peak hours when members need it. We're excited for IntelliTrack and for more robust reporting through to the fourth quarter of this year. Hiring for recreation is in full swing. I'll start with our full-time positions. I'm very pleased to announce that the 3 remaining full-time positions that were open have now been filled. A member services representative, member operations coordinator or head registrar, and the nature center manager. All of these positions have been filled, and training will be underway shortly as we bring and welcome those new team members to the Reston Association team. Seasonal applications are open for multiple positions. We have a member services representative with a focus on rentals, tennis professional instructor open for junior lessons, a tennis court monitor, pickleball instructor. Reston camp counselor positions are open and filling fast. And finally, on our aquatics team, we have lifeguards, attendants, and swim lesson instructors that are all open. As of May 16th, we have hired 143 of our 175 lifeguards. Please apply now. We will accept applications and will continue to hire all the way through September to help us get ready for 2024. A couple of highlights here. As you can see in the picture, This was a picture of our CEO, our HR director, and myself at our very popular lifeguard orientation, where we welcomed 143 of our staff for orientation in advance of the pool's opening. It was a great event, and we hope to see more applications come through and work for Reston Association and have a great experience. The following slides are registration updates and a look at what's coming with opportunities ahead in recreation. First up is tennis. In the first quarter, we are on track compared to 2022 with our sales of lessons, private, junior, adult, our leagues, and also our pro shop. We hosted a coaches orientation in February in preparation for the kickoff to junior and adult classes that began in mid-March. Looking ahead, tennis league play began in April, and we will be hosting a tennis professional registry workshop in May. This certification is for coaches, for classes, and organization on the court. It is an introduction to the technical development, and coaches come in from in-state and out-of-state to participate. Registration opened on January 2nd. We are on track compared to 2022 with adult lessons and also private instruction available. Our coaches orientation was held in February to kick off our classes in mid-March. Looking ahead for the second quarter, we are hosting a professional pickleball registry workshop in July. It is a certification and education of USA Pickleball for coaches looking to be certified. Coaches come from in-state and out of the state. And we will continue to have lessons and drop-in play for recreation pass holders. Volunteer Reston had a very busy first quarter with our first annual community cleanup at Founders Day, a community yard sale, Earth Day events with dozens of volunteers at each. A big thank you to our Kids Trout Fishing Day sponsors, Wetland Study Solution, Inc., Nova Trout Unlimited, and the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources. At Reston's Arbor Day, we planted 100 seedlings and saplings at Browns Chapel and Hunter's Woods. There were over 100 volunteers in participation at the Potomac River watershed cleanup, collecting 400 pounds of trash from our watershed. We also hosted 3 corporate community projects. Looking ahead to the second and third quarter opportunities, the Nature Center has hosted Spring Festival with 50 volunteers, and another fun opportunity is coming up with the Fairy Festival on July 15th. The Recreation Community Survey will see over 30 volunteers for outreach opportunities at RA facilities and in the community, for example, at the Fine Arts Festival, May 20th and 21st. Corporate collaboration continues on June 2nd with a stream cleanup with Cornerstone Defense, and Kimley Horn will help us with a trail project at the Nature Center. Lots of fun events and activities coming up with a summer kickoff party on June 16th, Habitat Heroes dates, the Cardboard Boat Regatta at Lake Anne on August 19th, and the Reston's Multicultural Festival on September 23rd. We hope that you'll join us. Please reach out to our website, www.reston.org, under Volunteer Reston, and we'll match you with a great volunteer opportunity. Events kicked off in the first quarter with over 2,000 participants reached through the Appraisal Road Show, a St. Patrick's Day egg hunt, glow-in-the-dark art series, tea and painting, trips, yard sale, and a drive-in movie. Looking ahead for more fun in the second and third quarter, we have Movies in the Park in June, the Summer Kickoff Pool Party, which is a new event on the 16th of June. We have trips to Nationals baseball games, of the Performance of Swan Lake, Meadowlark Gardens and Brunch, The Lion King, and Moulin Rouge. Dive-in movie opportunities are happening, and dog paddles will be available beginning in August. Totally trucks, family picnic days, and finally the fall yard sale. We hope you'll join us at one of these many events. The Walker Nature Education Center had a great first quarter. We welcomed our new Nature Center manager, Ken Rosenthal, and a shout out to the Nature Center staff for an outstanding job operating the center while the position was vacant. We hosted 87 programs with over 1,000 participants, and we are on track to exceed our program totals from 2022. Our overall reach for drop-in visitors, participants, and private rentals is over 4,000. The native plant sales were higher than in 2022, over 2,400 plants, which is up to 180 customers. In the second and third quarter, Spring Festival kicked off with benefiting from wonderful weather with over 1,000 people in attendance, more than doubling our 2022 total of 450. We have some great events coming up with the summer bird count in June, butterfly class and count in July, our fairy festival July 15th, dragonfly class and count in August, and summer camps begin in June with walkers, rangers, young naturalists, and nature tots. We'll hope you join us at the Walker Nature Center. Thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing you through Reston while you live, work, play, and get involved in the community.
Hi, I'm Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration here at Reston Association, along with Megan McCusi, our Community Outreach Manager, to give our 16th update on cluster outreach. One of our latest outreach efforts includes our meet and greets, which are our outreach events that we host with cluster leaders to educate and help support as it relates to things going on in and around their communities or their cluster associations. Our latest meet and greet was held on March 27th with the topic of Cluster Standards 101. While this may seem repetitive in our efforts of education, we do realize that there is a significant amount of turnover in our 137 separate cluster associations. So we do realize that this is an important topic that does need a refresher from time to time. We had about 35 cluster representatives in attendance, which is pretty great, seeing as though we have done this type of presentation before. Some of the meeting highlights included an introduction to cluster standards and its process. So discussing what happens before introducing your cluster standard through a DRB application and what happens after submitting your application and receiving a decision. Some of the discussions led to current trends with cluster standards to include electric vehicle charging stations, which tends to be a pretty popular modification request at this point in stage of the year. We also talked about the enforceability of cluster standards and the Cluster Resource Hub, which is on the RA website, which is a great hub of information for cluster leaders and cluster members to review and look at. In addition to that, we most certainly wanted to highlight the Community Association Institute, which is the organization which helps managers, community association members, as well as community association leaders as they navigate through managing their communities. Our next meet and greet is scheduled on Monday, May 15th, and that meet and greet's topic will be surrounded around cluster standards and the technology and evolving product availability happening in and around our community. As a continuation through our meet and greets, we also do show and tells where we meet with cluster leaders in their community. We walk around the community and we discuss things related to cluster standards, electric vehicle charging stations, enforcement, code compliance, anything that the cluster may need support on. Sometimes clusters need support with management since they don't have management companies. Sometimes the cluster does. And so we try to navigate through some of those things to help further support our cluster leaders. Covenant staff has conducted 13 show and tells since the beginning of this year with sub HOAs and condo associations in our community. And we are really excited to begin to start our partnerships with our condo associations as our outreach continues to grow. We're projected to complete 25 show and tells by the end of this year, which is phenomenal since we've met 13 so far. We have done about 76 of these since June of 2020, which is great. And we are on track to hopefully go through all cluster associations, condo associations in at least hopefully 2 years. As we discussed in November of 2022, we have been partnering with the Charge Up Fairfax program to bring electric vehicle charging stations to members of associations in Fairfax County, as the idea and concept is it is better to charge at home. We were fortunate to be able to partner with Charge Up Fairfax pilot program, and the program accepted applications through April 5th of this year. It was a very competitive process, and we are very happy to share that 2 RA associations were selected, with a potential third if there is additional funding. So congratulations to Inlet Cluster Association and Nantucket of Reston Condominiums. We do want to make sure we share that Harper Square Cluster Association was an honorable mention, and we do hope that there is additional funding set in the pilot program with Charge Up Fairfax so that our 3 associations can participate in the program. We are looking very forward to working with each association and the county to navigate through the feasibility study, as well as the installation, the DRB process, and then hopefully the final onboarding and beginning of having electric vehicle charging stations in their community that are fully operational. As a follow-up to our January cluster outreach update, we are presenting some process improvement updates as well. We are glad to be able to announce that RA Covenant staff are now identifiable while they are out in the field in and around the community inspecting houses for various reasons. So you will begin to see RA Covenant staff in yellow safety vests with Reston Association branding, as well as their badge and as well as their business card. So if there are any questions, feel free to stop an RA Covenant staff member, ask them questions, get their business cards, and make sure that you say hello to them, as we are glad to be in and around the community doing our inspections. Additionally, we are continuing forward with revisions to certain resolutions as it relates to the design review board process and the covenants process. So at this May board meeting, the resolutions being discussed will be Resolution 5 around covenants administration and operations, Resolution 8 around the design review board application process and procedures, and Resolution 10 around affected parties. We are hopeful that the revisions that we are recommending, along with what the DRB has reviewed, will increase member satisfaction as it relates to their experience going through both of those processes, as well as identifying ways in which RA procedures can be more streamlined and effective. We are hopeful that sometime in the near future, Legal Committee Resolution 1 will also be discussed at the board level, in which we are hoping that transparency is also increased in the legal committee process, the enforcement process that members undergo, as well as making sure that member service and member satisfaction is increased. Design guideline updates continue, and LaShonda Graham, our community standards manager, continues to move forward in presenting to the DRB revisions to those design guidelines, in which we hope will have lower review levels, which should expedite review of DRB applications for certain modifications. Additionally, internally, we finalized our standard operating procedures for all staff so that members can have the same experience no matter which RA staff member they're experiencing as it relates to the Covenants Department. The RA website is a continuation of looking and evaluating our current platforms to establish what platforms we can go and move forward with, what platforms we're not moving forward with, to improve the overall experience that a member has when navigating the RA website and finding covenants information. So we look forward to continuing that process and the assistance of the communications department as well as the IT department. Lastly, we have been working on a covenants filing system cleanup to ensure that when members ask for information related to their properties, either past applications or cluster maps, that we are able to properly find those documents, as well as provide as much support as we can in finding historical information that may be valuable to members as it relates to information in their property records. So as our process improvements continue, we also look at education and communication. The RA Covenant staff recently went through a post-design review training as a whole department to ensure that members were receiving the same service as it relates to our post-design review, which is essentially ensuring that staff go back and return to the properties which have received approval for modifications and confirm that the modifications have been built as they were approved to avoid any issues later as a result of a resale inspection, as that is typically not the best time to find that modifications have had deviations or are unapproved as against what the design review board had approved originally. We also continue with looking at our resale disclosure process, and we've updated a resale disclosures FAQ sheet that we have sent to 500 realtors and title companies in our area to keep continuing to educate them on the Reston Association process. In addition to that, we've had 2 Reston Today videos, one in April going over the buyer's side of the purchasing process for Reston Association, as well as an update for the Charge Up Fairfax pilot program in February. We continue to use Cluster Connect as a means of communicating with cluster leaders about what's happening with cluster standards, cluster information, as well as providing other Reston Association specific information that clusters would need to be aware of. We are looking forward to onboarding and establishing a process in which cluster leaders and RA members can access the Pantone machine, which really will be a highlight of the Covenants Department, as we do understand that color palettes, color consistency is an important part of being a Reston Association member and exterior modifications. And so we're looking forward to sending that communication out to the entire community at large when the program and process has been fully vetted and established. While education and communication that's currently happening is great, we are looking ahead at what we can do to continue to move the needle forward in our cluster and community outreach. We are excited to announce that we are currently looking at and evaluating condo association outreach. We've done our first outreach methods with our show and tells, and now our Condo Corner, which is a part of our Cluster Connect newsletter that will specifically highlight condo-specific information for condo association leaders in our community. Our Condo Association Covenants Advisor, Charlotte Smith, is hard at work with establishing communications with our condo association leaders, and we look forward to working with them and partnering with them in the future. We also are looking at single-family home outreach, as our cluster outreach and our condo outreach are extremely vital to our effectiveness in ensuring that members are educated on the RA Covenants process. We also realize that single-family homes that are non-cluster, non-condo association related properties also need some type of communication from our Covenants Department. So we are looking forward to hosting some type of open house sometime in Q3 of this year. We're also looking forward to hosting our RA Resale Process 101 for realtors and title companies to further educate Reston Association members at large, realtors, title companies on the RA resale process. Our Cluster Standard Flipbook platform is continuing to be evaluated whether or not that will be on the RA website or a standalone platform, and we hope before the end of the year the cluster directory does come to fruition. And lastly, as always, if you have any questions or comments for either myself or Megan Macuzzi, our Community Outreach Manager, please feel free to email us or call us at 703-435-6530. We look forward to any questions that you all have, and hopefully we continue to move the needle forward in our member experience improvements.
Good evening. Tonight I want to give you a brief update on some land use matters affecting Reston, as well as a quick status on the Reston Comprehensive Plan. Regarding the Comprehensive Plan, the county staff report is expected May 24th, yesterday, and we will get that put up on the RA website as soon as possible. Hunter Mill District Planning Commissioner John Carter is hosting a community meeting for input on the draft update to the plan and the staff report on June 6th at 6:30 at South Lakes High School's Lecture Hall. It's at 11400 South Lakes Drive. The Planning Commission public hearing on the comp plan is tentatively set for June 14th at 7:30 p.m. Those are typically down at the Board of Supervisors room, the main auditorium at the Fairfax County Government Center. And then the Board of Supervisors public hearing is tentatively scheduled for July. The link on this slide takes you to the Reston Comp Plan update and all the past meetings and information to bring you up to speed on that 2.5-year long project. A couple other land use matters I want to touch on. The Zoning Ordinance Modernization Project, or ZMOD, which started in the 2021 with the adoption of the new zoning ordinance, which had not been updated since the 70s. That newly adopted ordinance, or called ZMOD, was challenged in Virginia court and struck down. And I won't get into the details of why it was struck down, but had to do with in-person meetings and so forth. The Board of Supervisors recently readopted ZMOD, or the new zoning ordinance, on May 9th of this year, very recently. And one of the things that Reston Association asked for were amendments to the Planned Residential Community, or PRC, zoning ordinance, or section of the zoning ordinance. And there was a follow-on motion related to Reston, as you can see on the slide, with specific reference to those types of uses that could be added to existing recreation facilities that would be exempt from having to go through the PRC plan process. And a PRC plan process is essentially a rezoning that has to go before the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. Not unlike the discussion we recently had with lights at Barton Hill Road, which of course are no longer part of that project. So going forward, this follow-on motion will be addressed at the Planning Commission's Land Use Process Review Committee on June 8th and the Board's Land Use Policy Committee on July 18th. We will notify the community if those dates are not the ones where that piece of the ordinance is not actually discussed. The Reston Town Center North Task Force continues its work, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but this is a task force set up by Supervisor Walter Alcorn to look at the array and placement of public facilities within the Reston Town Center North redevelopment area, which also includes his office and the police station and so forth. Just want to remind the community that there is a commitment by a memorandum of understanding with the county that there'll be a minimum of 10 acres of open space or compensation to the Friends of Reston for the shortfall if that 10 acres is not met in the ultimate build out of Reston Town Center North. And that whole area is subject to the Reston Association covenants, thus it will go through a design review board review and approval. And right now, the next task force meeting is slated for June 13th at 7 p.m. Though we're not sure about that location, and we will certainly update the public on that when the location is determined. Last thing I want to touch on is the Lake Ann Economic Visioning Study, which has been underway since earlier this year. There was a public survey that was open until March 10th, at least one follow-on meeting, and on May 18th, there was a discussion on the economic visioning portion of that, where they were going to touch on the trends and competitive market insights, propose a set of positioning strategies, and also conduct a creative visioning exercise. And when we get the details of that meeting, we'll be able to update the Reston Association board and community accordingly. And the entire project is supposed to be completed next month in June of this year. And this is just a graphic of the schedule of that. We're obviously to the pretty far right end of this schedule. As always, if you have any questions about what was presented here tonight or other land use matters, don't hesitate to email landuse@reston.org and we'll try to get those questions answered. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Doug Brett, Chairman of the Reston Association Environmental Advisory Committee, and I'm here to present the results of our 2022 Reston Association State of the Environment Report, commonly known as RACER. This will be followed by a brief summary of its companion report known as the RACER Recommendations and Report Card. Hope you enjoy the presentation. The Reston Association State of the Environment Report is published biennially, that is every other year on even-numbered years. The 2022 edition of RACER is authored by a 19-member project team comprised mostly of citizen scientists and regional subject matter experts. The current edition examines a status of 23 of the most important environmental attributes of our community, and recommendations for protecting or improving conditions are contained in a companion report known as the RACER Recommendations and Report Card that we'll discuss a little bit later. The purpose of RACER is fivefold. First, to summarize environmental data in one publicly accessible document. Secondly, to establish an environmental baseline to identify future trends. Thirdly, to provide information to help Reston Association shape future policies and programs. Fourthly, to educate and inform residents about Reston's environmental health. And finally, to create a living document to be revised and expanded as needed. The report includes a separate executive summary, followed by a brief introduction, and then a description of Reston's environmental setting that includes its physiography, its geology and soils, its climate, and current population and land use. This section is then followed by chapters that evaluate the 23 environmental attributes, each of which is divided into 3 subsections: a background that defines the attribute, followed by existing conditions, that is, what do we know about that attribute in Reston, and finally a conclusion section, what does it all mean? The report is large. It's over 400 pages with hundreds of references, many of which contain hyperlinks for readers who would like to know more in depth about the subject and the original sources of data used in our analyses. Based on our analyses of the available information, the RACER project team then assigns each of the attributes to one of the following traffic light icons to convey the status: a green traffic light for good, a yellow for fair, red for poor, and if we felt that we just didn't have enough information available to make one of those recommendations, then we show an unlit traffic light to convey its undetermined status at the present time. Of the 23 environmental attributes of our community, 6 were considered to be of good quality. These include air quality, drinking water quality, or wastewater treatment, hazardous materials and hazardous waste, environmental education and outreach, and the Biophilic Cities Network. For those who may not be that familiar with the latter concept, Reston has long been recognized for its green spaces and the way it connects its residents with nature, as validated by the dozens of awards and commendations it has received, but probably none greater than its acceptance into the Biophilic Cities Network. The concept of biophilia, which means an inherent love of nature, was first popularized by the science community in the 1980s, and then later adopted by land use planners and architects concerned with how to connect people with nature in an urbanizing environment. Dr. Tim Beatley, the head of the University of Virginia's Department of Urban Planning and Architecture, created the Biophilic Cities Network to identify biophilic communities and help them connect with one another and share strategies and lessons learned. Reston was the first Virginia community to receive this designation. In October of last year, Reston Association passed an environmental resolution confirming its commitment to connecting its residents with nature, which reads in part as follows. Reston Association confirms its commitment to the ideals of a biophilic community by prioritizing the protection, restoration, and maintenance of Reston's natural features, including its lakes, streams, urban forests, and meadows, by ensuring frequent, immersive, and enduring connections between its residents and the natural environment through its walking paths, trails, nature center, accessible recreation areas, and environmental outreach programs. Reston Association will protect and sustain the health and welfare of its citizens and its flora and fauna now and for generations to come. 9 of our environmental attributes were considered to be of fair quality. Those include our streams, lakes and ponds, urban forests, meadows, wetlands, landscaping and urban agriculture, birds, wildlife management, and light pollution. Four of the environmental attributes analyzed were given the red traffic light icon for poor quality. And those include stormwater management, solid waste management, climate change, specifically our resilience and adaptation to it, and energy efficiency, renewable energy, and transportation. The status of the last 4 RACER chapter topics are listed as undetermined, as quantifiable data were lacking to make reliable assessments. Except for a few potentially nuisance species, much remains unknown about the status of Reston's mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and invertebrate residents, including whether or not their populations are sustaining, expanding, or declining. Similarly, we have lack of good information on the sources, magnitudes, and trends of ambient noise across our community. At this time, I'd like to recognize the many 2022 RACER authors and major contributors who made this effort possible. The professionalism and work ethic were amazing. More than a year has been spent putting the document together. Now we're going to turn our attention to the 2022 RACER recommendations and report card that supplements the RACER 2022 report. And the report card is issued annually as an Excel spreadsheet, even in the years that RACER isn't issued. It uses arrows and star icons to denote the progress being made towards the implementation of the recommendations. Stars are used to show completed recommendations. Upward green arrow shows reasonable progress being made. Yellow arrows are limited progress. Red arrows show little to no progress. And when recommendations are rescinded, as they occasionally are, it's shown with an X on the spreadsheet. There have been a total of 109 recommendations made by the Environmental Advisory Committee since the first RACER was issued in the year 2017. There are 13 new recommendations for this 2022 edition. There's been 96 previous recommendations. 4 of the recommendations were completed in 2022. 39 were considered reasonably progressing. 37 had limited progress. 11 had little to no progress. And 5 of the recommendations previously made have been rescinded. There are 100 active RACER recommendations that remain uncompleted, not because they are necessarily being ignored, but because the vast majority of recommendations are not one and done, but are actually multi-year in nature. 6 of those are policy related and require future board review or approval. 41 may be implemented with support of citizen science volunteers. And 35 of the recommendations are being implemented by Reston Association to some degree prior to their first listing in RACER. I won't go into the previous year's recommendations, but will quickly summarize the 13 new 2022 RACER recommendations. In no particular order, one is to educate the public about salt contamination in Reston streams and promote expansion of the Salt Watch program and assess whether de-icing salts are affecting water quality. To continue conducting the long-term benthic macroinvertebrate monitoring program in selected streams. This program has been ongoing for 20-some years. And to publicize data collection and interpretation efforts from the 2 new U.S. Geological Survey hydrological and water quality monitoring stations that have been erected in Reston this past year. To revise the Design Review Board's guidance for gutters and downspout designs to better protect downstream and neighboring properties from the effects of stormwater runoff. Enhance existing meadows through a program of invasive plant removal and increased native plant diversity. To continue supporting the gleaning program at Reston Association garden plots and encourage new initiatives related to urban agriculture. The gleaning program is a program set up to allow gardeners using those plots to provide excess produce to those in food security needs here in Reston. To request Fairfax County add more purple bins in Reston for glass recycling and locate 1 or more drop-off facilities for food scraps, for example, at the Lake Ann Farmers Market. To actively lead Fairfax County's pilot Charge Up Fairfax program by helping clusters install electric vehicle charging stations and by supporting the expansion of charging stations in public spaces in Reston. To evaluate replacement needs for existing environmental education signage, consider adding or replacing some of those with QR codes where deemed appropriate. And to foster a synergy between activities of the Walker Nature Center and watershed staff and Reston Association's environmental resource staff as a key measure of success for the soon-to-be established environmental department. Explore the sponsorship of a Green Expo that would bring together innovators, early adopters, subject matter experts, and vendors to educate the public and businesses about the advantages and opportunities for increasing energy efficiencies, renewable energy, and electric vehicles in Reston. This might be done in partnership with other organizations and/or grant support. Demonstrate environmental leadership by installing solar systems on compatible Reston Association facilities, parking areas, and other properties to offset energy use elsewhere, and to promote and facilitate the installation of solar technology on residential and commercial buildings. And finally, develop a reliable method for tracking how many residents take the biophilic pledge. I will end this presentation with where to find the reports. The full RACER report, the separate RACER executive summary, and the separate recommendations and report card spreadsheets, along with previous year's RACER, are available at the Reston Association website, Nature and Environmental Overview webpage, with the link shown here in purple. I appreciate the opportunity to present this information to you, and I certainly hope that you take the opportunity to look up RACER and at least look at the executive summary when it gets posted on the webpage. Thanks again for your attendance.
Good evening, everybody. This is Matt Cummins, the CEO for the Reston Association. I'm going to be giving everyone an update on a few things that I think will be of interest to members in our community. Start with an update on the Barton Hill Tennis Court renovation project. We are scheduled to renovate these tennis courts that are in pretty bad shape with cracks and damage to the facility over the course of the next year or so. The association is proposing to put in some pickleball courts and to renovate the facility to make it modern and up to date. We had a community meeting a few months back, and at that community meeting, a number of residents raised some things they would like the association to think about. Generally, they fell into categories around noise and impacts from the facility, pedestrian safety and the trail crossings as they go across Barton Hill Road and continue on Sunrise Valley Drive, and parking and other ancillary impacts if the facility is very busy. As a result of our additional staff work regarding those particular discussion points, we are not going to be having a Barton Hill discussion with the full board here this evening, but rather staff is continuing to work on analysis of those things. And as CEO, I am proposing that we do another community meeting with the Barton Hill residents to talk about some of our findings relating to the technical matter around those issues. Look for more information on the scheduling of that meeting sometime in the early or mid-summer. Thank you. I'd like to give everyone an update on some things going on in our covenants department and talk about some of the exciting things that the group is doing to innovate and bring better service to the association. I'll apologize for the boring slide here on the screen, but I think the content will be of interest to the membership. In terms of training and staff updates, our covenant staffs conducted their normal standard quarterly training in Q1, but we focused on post-design review processes. All team members underwent this training to ensure that our members receive consistent experiences with the covenant staff. The post-design review process focuses on two parts: ensuring projects are built as approved and ensuring citations issued during resale are properly closed out and documented. Moving on to our resales process, one of our goals is to find unique opportunities for education and support. Covenant staff has received preliminary feedback on the resale process and has begun to make strides in getting more communication and education out to the community. This includes realtors and title companies. The resale disclosure FAQ information sheet was created and then sent to more than 500 area realtors and title companies to share how the RA resale process works. The director of Covenants, Cam Adams, recently highlighted the buyer's side of the resale process in an RA news video as well. Covenants is looking forward to hosting an orientation or focus group later this year. So for any of our realtors or title companies, look for more information on that. In terms of the design review board, as we continue through the year, members will continue to see Covenant staff presenting recommended changes to several resolutions with the sole goal of improving transparency and the member experience as members navigate either the design review processes and covenants enforcement. Latest proposed revisions are being considered at the May Board of Directors meeting. Additionally, staff and DRB are actively reviewing and proposing revisions to design guidelines, which we hope will be presented to the Board of Directors before the year's end. And lastly, our show and tells are continuing. Our Covenant staff continue to be in and around the community conducting show and tells with cluster leaders. These meetings remain a positive, enjoyable experience for our staff here at RA as we look to find ways to better support our cluster leadership. I'd like to give an update on where we are with our website redo and update project. We're getting ready to release a request for proposals for the website development to companies the week of May 22nd. The new website is going to focus on improving member and stakeholder online experience when engaging with the association. It will have a professional, user-friendly look and feel, enable two-way communication, and provide new features that will support the association's goals. In addition, the website will be crucial as a communication tool to disseminate RA information to members and non-residents, as well as marketing and promoting RA activities, events, and programs. The new website will take full advantage of the existing capabilities that members use on the current website, which will include assessment payment, recreation pass purchasing, and registering for activities and programs. It also includes needed improvements requested from the members and the staff, such as online forms, improved search functionality, ADA compliance, searchable document storage, and two-way communication between members and the association. The website project constitutes the initial phase of what is envisioned to be a multi-phase program to improve our stakeholder engagement. How's the process going to work? The RFP that's about to be released has been developed and based upon the prior RFP that was released in November of last year. The primary reason for that is that our members of the IT committee and select members of our senior leadership team on staff have been fully engaged in reviewing the proposed and revised requirements and provided comments and input into its development. And I'd like to thank everyone involved in that process, particularly our volunteers, as it has been a significant effort to update. Upon release of the RFP, prospective vendors will have about 6 weeks to respond with their proposals. This phase will include an opportunity for RA to respond to vendors' questions and for the vendors to participate in a virtual bidders conference. This is being done to ensure high-quality responses. Once the RFP responses have been received from prospective vendors, the IT committee and the SLT will be fully engaged in reviewing those proposals. We anticipate presenting the board with a final agreement for review and approval sometime in late summer, August or September, followed by implementation and deployment in early 2024.
This is the Treasurer's Report for April 30th, 2023. For the period, the association's cash position remains strong. There have been strong camp registrations and other non-assessment revenue sources are either at or above budget expectation, and operating expenses are materially below budget as the association continues to recruit for new and open positions. As expected at this point of the year, financial revenue led by assessments represents 92% of total revenue. Recreational program revenues are 37% better than the 2023 budget and are 4% better than for the first 4 months of 2022. Interest in the programs and services of the Nature Center, strong camp and racket sport registrations, and lake house events account for 97% of the positive variance against the 2023 budget and 87% of the increase over actual performance for the same period in 2022. Collectively, department operating expenses are 11% below 2023 budget and are close to total operating expenses incurred in 2022, just 2.1% above the total for the same period last year. Functionally, lower than budgeted people costs account for 77% of the positive variance against the 2023 budget, and those costs in total are only 3% above their 2022 levels. Outside professional support accounts for a majority, 16% of the remaining positive variance against the budget. Balance sheet, cash and investments. Cash available to fund operations remains quite strong. Unrestricted cash totaled $13.2 million, an increase of over $6 million over December 31st, 2022. Restricted cash, composed of RRF and CARF cash and investments, the CAT fund, and deferred compensation total $10.3 million. That is $2 million greater than at December 31st, 2022. Capital assets. Capital assets grew by $1.2 million net of accumulated depreciation as assets, both new and replacements, were acquired. Total liabilities. Except for the lease on the headquarters building, RA has no external long-term debt. The association's short-term debt consists of accounts payable and accrued expenses largely associated with its personnel costs. Capital spending. As of April 30th, 2023, RA had a total of restricted cash and investments of $10.3 million, $9.7 million in RRF funds, and $600,000 in CARF funds. To date in 2023, a total of $1.2 million has been spent, with an estimated addition of $5.7 million in projects budgeted to be completed in 2023 and beyond. To repeat my summary, for the period ending April 30th, 2023, the association cash position remains strong. There have been strong camp registrations, and other non-assessment revenue sources are either at or above budget expectations, and operating expenses are materially below budget as the association continues to recruit for new and open positions. This concludes my report for the month. If you have any questions at all on the financial or budgets, please do not hesitate to contact me at bodpetrine@reston.org, and I will respond to you as quickly as possible. Thank you.
I'm John Farrell. We all enjoy the amazing recreational opportunities here in Reston. As a member of the Reston Association, you have so many ways to enjoy our pools, tennis, basketball, and pickleball courts, our ball fields, trails, and open spaces. It's the association's responsibility to make sure those opportunities match our members' goals. Starting May 1, you will have a chance to participate in an important survey that will help shape the association's long-term parks and recreational plan. The survey will be open for 2 months, from May 1st to June 30th, and you can complete it at any point during this 2-month period, either using the QR code or the link in the description to this video. Or you can take our survey at one of our many remote survey stations that will be available at RA's pools, community events, courts, and ball fields. The survey will be completely anonymous and will take approximately 15 minutes. Your opinion matters, and participation in the survey is essential to develop the long-term plan for RA's park and recreational facilities and programs. Thank you for all you do to make Reston a wonderful place to live, work, and play, and for using this opportunity to get involved.
The Reston 2023 recreation passes are now on sale. Whether you want to go swimming in any of our 13 pools or play a round of tennis and pickleball, our recreation passes offer something for the whole family. Swim, play, enjoy Reston. With 50 outdoor tennis courts, 24 lighted for night play, and 4 lighted pickleball courts, Reston Association offers one of the most extensive tennis and pickleball programs in the Washington metropolitan area. Courts include youth 8 and under 36-foot courts, year-round hard surface courts, clay surface courts, hitting walls, and 4 dedicated pickleball courts. And if that wasn't enough, another benefit of having the RA Rec Pass is access to one of our pools nestled around this beautiful community. We have heated pools for early and late season use, lap lanes, hot tubs, diving boards, spray parks, shaded picnic areas, not to mention water slides. Membership options include resident members and non-members, and we have guest pass options as well. Please visit reston.org and click on this link to find out more. The link is also available in the description section of this video. You can purchase your pass online and have them shipped to you for free. In-person pass sales are available Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. at 12,001 Sunrise Valley Drive. And we have extended hours in May and June. Get out and experience all that Reston has to offer. Make this year something special.
Hi, I'm Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration for Reston Association. Many members know the Covenants Department is responsible for exterior modifications or answering questions related to cluster standards. The Covenants team also handles the resale disclosure process. Here's an overview of the buyer side of the resale process and details on what RA-specific information a buyer should know before, during, and after a home purchase. Before buying, what should a buyer be aware of? First, most homes in RA are part of 2 associations, Reston Association and either a cluster or condominium association. If a property is a member of 2 associations, there will be 2 separate resale disclosures. Second, do your research. Check out the RA website. There are many resources available for you, including our governing documents, rules and regulations, design guidelines, cluster standards, assessment information, community maps, amenities, programming, and the services RA offers. And third, visit the neighborhood you're looking to purchase. Take a walk around, talk to potential neighbors, visit local shops and stores, and absorb all that the Reston community may be able to provide to you and/or your family. When you've made the amazing decision to move forward, here's what you need to know next. When you've received a resale disclosure package from the seller, be thorough in reviewing the information provided. While this package may be overwhelming in size, it includes all documents required by Virginia law to be disclosed to buyers purchasing property in Reston Association. One of the most important being the resale certificate, which showcases many important items, including but not limited to assessment rates, active property violations, and what monies are due to Reston Association at settlement. It is important to know an active property violation does not prevent a home from being able to be sold. Buyers are encouraged to ensure they've received an update from the seller to the status of any violations issued against the property prior to closing. If the property belongs to a condominium or cluster association, ensure you follow the same process. After you've gone to settlement, what's next? Well, first, you've made it through, and now you are a Reston Association homeowner. Congratulations. Come to Member Services located at RA headquarters with your closing documents and register your contact information and hear all about the amenities available to you, such as our countless tennis courts, 55 miles of walking trails, our pools and parks, and so much more. Also, if you're in a condominium or cluster association, remember to register with them, as they will have plenty of additional information for you that you'll want to be aware of. If you have any violations you need to resolve or any exterior modifications you'd like to make, please reach out to your Covenants advisor at 703-482-5500. 435-6530 or find us on reston.org. We look forward to serving you.
Reston Association is currently conducting an important survey that will help shape the association's long-term Parks and Recreation plan. Your opinion matters, and your participation in this survey is essential. What do you think about Reston Association's Parks and Recreation programming and facilities? From pools, tennis and pickleball courts, basketball courts, ball fields, tot lots, trails, and open spaces, we want to know your thoughts. How are we doing? It's the association's responsibility to make sure these opportunities match our members' goals. So if you haven't already, please take the survey, and remember, you can find the link in the description section of this video or use this QR code. You can also take the survey at one of our many remote survey stations that are available at various pools, community events, courts, and ball fields. This survey has been open since May 1 and will run through June 30th. Please take the time and help us continue to shape and provide the best parks and recreational experiences for you and your family.
Everybody back? For the folks who are observing, Director D'Souza left the meeting at, what was it, 9:30, folks?
Yes.
9:30. So, Ms. Copeland, if you'll reflect that in the minutes. All right, I need some motions. Director Juszczyk.
Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violation, contractual, personnel, nature, or involving discussions with counsel or discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Petrine and Director Dodd. Discussion? Hearing, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. We'll raise their
Aye.
hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Votes unanimous. Do we have another motion, Director Juszczyk?
Move to extend the board meeting until 11:30 p.m.
Do I have a second?
No.
Second.
I have a second from Director Petrine and Director Johnson. Discussion? All those in favor will raise their hand. Director Dodd, I can't see you.
I'm not raising my hand. 11:30 is too late.
I understand. Those opposed?
I oppose.
Opposed.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3. Is that right? 1, 2, 4 to 3.
4 to 3.
I
4 to
oppose.
3. The motion carries. Director Flashman, Director Dodd, and Director Collins opposed the motion to extend to 11:30. Director Juszczyk.
Move to defer the Colson cluster matter to the Covenants Committee for further review.
I think you meant to say move to refer.
To refer, yes.
The
Did I say
Colson cluster.
defer? Sorry.
Yes.
Move to refer Colson cluster matter to the Covenants Committee for further review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Director Petrine and Director Flashman. Any discussion? All those in favor will raise their hand.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Let's see. Do you have a motion, somebody, Director Juszczyk?
Move to approve key decision point number 3 for the Hunter Woods ball field design.
I have a second.
Second.
Second by Director Flashman. Any discussion? All those in favor will raise their hand.
Aye.
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 That's unanimous.
I have one more.
Director Juszczyk.
Move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the Total Development Solutions LLC for construction services associated with Hunter Woods Ball Field in the not to exceed amount of $401,642.98.
Is there a second?
Second.
Director Petrine, Director Johnson, second. Any discussion? All those in favor will raise their hand or say aye.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous. Do we have, Director Dodd, did you have a motion?
I do. Sorry, give me a second here. With regard to filling the Lake Equity Committee, I move that the nominations be held open so that to permit recruitment of additional volunteers in an effort to have people eligible for each of the seats that were specified in the creation of that condition committee, and then refer that list of volunteers back to the OC
You
for
broke up. Did you mean to say Bach, by the Board Operations Committee, ma'am?
BOC, yes, Bach.
You broke up. That's why.
I apologize.
No,
Yes.
no, it's not your fault.
And that the make recommendations to the board for selection of volunteers no sooner than the regular board meeting scheduled for July. And that further definition of the role of the committee also be pursued.
And brought to the board in July?
No sooner than July.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Petrine. Discussion?
Can I just say that, you know,
You have the floor.
I recognize as the director for the North Point District that there are no volunteers from my district or from Lake Newport. I would like to go back out to my constituents and try to find some suitable volunteers, because I think the committee will be most effective if it is as representative as it can be. And I understand that there are others who will also pursue finding a broader selection of volunteers so that we don't leave slots unfilled on this committee. And if that is done in time for Bach to consider it in its July meeting, which is July 3rd, and it scheduling difficulties of its own, then it could get to the July board meeting. Perhaps it would have to be delayed beyond that. And so that is why my motion says no sooner than the July board meeting, but contemplate to delay if it's needed. I think that the broad representation of the resident community is required for this committee.
Director Johnson.
Yeah, I just require some additional clarity about the logical progression of that motion, because it seems to me that we should have had we should define the committee prior to identifying people to be on that committee. So I would make a modification to the motion that by the July meeting, we have a more thorough definition of the committee's purpose and of the individual roles to be on the committee. And then perhaps for the August meeting, we
Where's the August meeting?
September
then
meeting.
for
We
the
don't need
September
one.
meeting, we have we vote on the additional volunteers. I don't think there's a rush, and I think our goal really should be to get this right.
Yeah, I agree that we need to do it well more than we need to do it quickly. My difficulty is exactly who is the body who's going to work on refining the definition of the committee and its role. And that remains unclear to me.
Well, Director Johnson, it sounds like you're making an amendment to Director Dodd's motion.
I did suggest that, yes.
Is that your intention?
Yes.
So as I hear your intention, it would be to amend the date for the further refinement of the working group motion as being the July board meeting, and then the interviews of potential volunteers to be at the September Bach meeting. Is that your motion?
That's correct.
Okay, is there a second to that? No, I need a second to that amendment. Can I have a second to that amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that amendment.
Second from Director Collins and Director Juszczyk. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor will raise their hand or say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries. Director Johnson, Director Collins, Director Petrine, Director Juszczyk, Director Dodd, and Director Graywatch voting in favor, Director Flashman voting against. Now we're on to the main motion as amended. Are we ready for a vote? Any further discussion? Yes, Director Collins, you're ready for a vote. I'm ready for a nap. All those in favor?
I'll just say real quick though, before we vote, we could have had this outcome an hour ago if everyone had listened to each other. There was clear consensus that this, or if not consensus, at least a significant amount of opposition to the process and to the outcomes. And if we just listened to each other, we would have had this decision to defer it. That's exactly what John proposed an hour ago. So let's try to do a little better. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Director Collins. And I failed as a president in not moving it along. So I apologize to the entire board and especially to you for letting it drag on the way it did. If we can have a vote here on the amended motion, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
And Director Flashman?
Abstain.
Abstain. All right, so Director Johnson, Director Collins, Director Petrine, Director Graywatch, Director Dodd, Director Juszek voted in favor, Director Flashman abstained. All right, I am going to ask, we've been at this now for 3.5 hours. I'm going to, was there something, Director Juszek?
Nope, I was going to motion the same thing you're probably asking.
I'm going to declare a recess for 5 minutes or 7 minutes and let's come back into session at 10:40 and we got a sprint.
10:40?
Sorry, 10:20. Forgive me, I misspoke. 10:20. Thank you, Director Dodd, for clarifying that. We'll be back at 10:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Point lead, blow that one.
Hey, John,
Yes, ma'am.
I wrote down the time that Sarah left the meeting and it was actually 9:39.
Lovely. Reflect that in the minutes, please.
Okay.
Brittany, can you queue up the ads and have them ready to display to everybody?
Can you clarify what you mean by ads?
The developers making reference to RA facilities?
Oh, for the president's remarks?
Yeah.
Okay.
That I was going to use. I need to ask unanimous consent to give Tony something to do because, you know, he's sitting around with nothing to do these days.
Okay. Well, we are on a recorded line. Just want to remind you.
You talking about Mac having nothing to do? He needs to keep
No,
busy.
I was talking about Tony having nothing to do.
Yeah, let's sue somebody.
You know, all I do
Again,
is
that was
sit
not
in
a
my office
motion.
and
Tony. Just so you
pine
know.
for work.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Hey, John,
Ma'am,
when I send these, when I get this work, do you want it as forceful or more forceful than the last one of those I've sent?
about the same.
Okay.
John, log in from my computer. I've been on my phone, so you're gonna see two of me for a moment. Recording.
Is everybody back? I can't tell.
Yes, I am back. This is Jennifer.
And Trevor, and I see that, and Travis.
Me too, I'm back.
Okay. All right. Lori, are you with us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're back in session at 10:20. I believe the next order of business is the land use and Reston Comprehensive Plan update. Larry gave us a video, and I don't, is he still on or is he?
No, he had to log off, John.
Okay, so I don't know if there are any questions that, and if I can answer them, I'll try. I have some further information to share on land use with the board. Were there any questions that we wanted to pose to Larry? By anybody? Okay, let me just raise a couple of things with you all. The American Dream Way application is coming back under the law that affects converting commercial to residential in the tax district that supports the toll road. They had to make a payment within 60 days of the approval of the rezoning. It didn't get made. So that application is coming back to the Planning Commission. There aren't any changes being proposed. The board sent a comment letter in on that application. And so there'll be a hearing in front of the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors. One of the comments we made was to get the units to be created there to join RA, consistent with Land Use Resolution number 7. There was some weasel words about that. I think we'll consistent with that prior letter, will have input to the planning commission and the board to try and get a more definitive statement on joining RA in that process. In the course of having a conversation with Mr. Alcorn, he indicated that the site-specific plan amendments, which are comprehensive plan amendments, I think there are 6 of them, Director Jussack, you might correct me on that. They will not be considered until 2024. And many of them have residential components to them. On the conference, let me go over this one. There is an application that was in the paper, in the blog, the Reston blog yesterday. That Comstock is coming into the county for what we call a proffer condition amendment, but the reality is it's another rezoning on their projects over at Wheelie and Sunrise of Sunset Hills Road. And they have not proffered to join RA. And so consistent, and that planning commission hearing is June 28th, and the board hearing is July 25th. And so consistent with land use resolution 7, I intend to reach out to the applicant and let them know that we're going to oppose their application unless and until they agree to join RA. Curiously, it didn't come up at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting that I went to and observed, and they weren't talking about any cases, but their general thoughts and relationship, among other things, to Reston Association. And one of the surprises and disappointments that I experienced in going to that meeting was the very strong perception on the part of some of the most vocal members of P&Z that A, they have no relationship with RA, which is consistent with my experience of that group, and B, that they are not prepared to advance the interests of RA as described in land use resolution number 7. That's disappointing. I wish they took a different view, but if land use resolution number 7 is going to be advanced and advocated for, it's pretty clear to me that RA is going to have to do it itself, that we can't rely on this outside group, self-appointed, self-perpetuating outside group to advance the interests of Reston Association, at least as it relates to land use resolution number 7. Next week or the week after, we have we have the town hall and the comprehensive plan on June 6th. Then we have the next listening session on June 7th. Then we have the Planning Commission Land Use Committee on June 8th, in which we hope they're going to take up the amendment to the PRC that we asked for. And then another meeting of the Reston Town Center North Study Committee on June 13th. I've asked Mac to cover that one because I think it's clear to me that that committee, we have asked to have a seat at that table and the supervisor denied us, but that area has to go through DRB. And we have a $650,000 lien on that area to guarantee us that we get 10 acres of open space. And I think that's, let me check one other spot. One other thing that came up in my conversations with John Carter is that the bond schedule, so we have a schedule of bond referendums, and the bond referendum to fund the 90,000 square foot Park Authority gym at Reston Town Center North currently is not scheduled to go to the voters until, drum roll, 2054. Now, just so everybody understands the significance of this, just because the voters vote to approve the referendum doesn't mean the bonds get sold. Frequently, there is a 3 to 7 year wait before the bonds actually get sold. And then they let the contract, and then they build the building. So one of the things that we need to, as a group, keep in mind is that that building and the elementary school and the other buildings they're talking about, public buildings they're talking about, those bonds aren't going to be there for quite a long time. And those projects aren't going to move forward for quite a long time. And so the question I asked Supervisor Alcorn is that since that area is subject to DRB, what are going to be the interim uses? Because, you know, are we just going to clear it and leave it alone and allow it to be an eyesore, or what's going on? And fundamentally, he didn't have an answer. And so I think it's one of the issues, Mac, that you need to raise with the committee on the 13th to say, guys, you know, we're looking at decades away before some of these uses you're all excited about are actually going to happen. Next up,
Mr. President, I have
Mr. Flashman.
I have a question of point of order.
Yep.
It is, what is the authority to oppose the submission by the ones who are doing the work over at that are going to be submitted to redo what they need to do, resubmit?
You're
at the Reston Wheelie Station?
Comstock.
Comstock.
Yeah.
We're asking them to become part of RA.
Yeah, that's not what you said. You said you were going to oppose their.
If they will not join RA.
Do you have authority for that?
Yes, sir.
Authority to specifically oppose their submission?
Yes, sir.
Where is that?
Land use resolution number 7.
And that says you can oppose anything that doesn't conform
It
to
says that we'll go back and read it. It said that all new residential must join RA, and correct at this moment, they are not proposing to join RA. I don't need more than that, Mr. Flashman.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I am. Moving on.
Can we have a ruling by Tony?
No, it's my ruling. I'm the president and I'm ruling that it's okay. Moving on. Director Juszak.
I just want to clarify your comment about P&Z, which was correct. But I just wanted to share that there are some members of P&Z that are in support of the resolution that RA has related to currently non-members joining RA. It's just not widely accepted enough on P&Z for it to be supported for every application, but we do have some support.
That's correct. Unfortunately, the loudest voices are most vociferously against RA membership for new residential development. And you know, let me correct myself. Council, does land use resolution number 7 give us enough authority to oppose the Comstock applications if they refuse to join?
Court's indulgence. Now therefore, be it resolved, the association's position on any land use application authorizing residential development in the Reston Master Plan area must require that those residential units become part of Reston Association. So, in my opinion, to take any position other than they must be part of RA would be contrary to the board's resolution, and they would need to amend that resolution or disregard it.
And I'm not inclined to disregard it. I hope that satisfies you, Director Slassman.
I rely on council.
As do we all. Thank you, council. The next order of business is the Razor report. Mr. Britt, I beg your indulgence. We've kept you around way too late. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Britt on the Razor report? Hearing and seeing none, Mr. Britt, I thank you for the report. I read the executive summary, which was 27 pages long, which is one of the longer executive summaries I've ever read. And I will admit that I did not read the 400 pages of the actual report itself. I did review the 91 recommendations. And I'm going to need a lot more time to digest the 400 pages and the 91 recommendations. At this point, I think the answer is the appropriate action would be for us to accept the report and to put any actions that need to be taken on a future board agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second moved by Director Juszak, second by Director Petrine to accept the report and put the action items on a future meeting of the board for consideration. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll ask all those in favor, raise their hand or say aye.
Aye.
I believe that's unanimous. Thank you for that. We're going to skip ahead to item J, which is, I beg your pardon? Thank you, Mr. Britt. I appreciate it. We'll let you know when any items come up for consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry to have kept you so late for so little action. The next item is the cluster outreach update. And is that Ms. McCosey or is that Mr. Adams?
It's Cam.
It's Mr. Adams. Are there any questions for Mr. Adams on any of the, it was a great video. Thank you, sir. And good update. Anybody have any questions for our director?
If no one has any questions, I'd like to just recognize Inlet Cluster and the Nantucket Reston condominiums for being the approved applicants for the Charge Up Fairfax program for Fairfax County.
That was in your presentation, and I shared your congratulations to them. Hearing and seeing no questions, we'll move on and thank.
Now, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I've got a question.
Go right ahead, please.
So actually, I've got two questions. So I noticed on the second slide that you talked about the show and tells that we did to 13 of the cluster HOAs, which is great. What is it possible we can expand that somehow by reversing the process? Because I see that we've got road shows where you're going out to the clusters, which is fantastic. But wouldn't it be more effective if you had the clusters come to you in multiple sessions, give them multiple opportunities to come out to you?
Well, we do meet and greets. So we do a quarterly meet and greet with cluster leadership through Zoom in an effort to educate all clusters on our cluster programming. So our next cluster meet and greet is actually July 17th, which is going to be about the legalities and the legislative action that's happening at the start of July 1st with the Virginia Assembly.
I understand that you do those, and I appreciate that. My question is about the show and tells. So I'm assuming the show and tells are different than the meet and greets. How are they different, and why aren't we doing them, in a way that I'm thinking is a more effective use of your time as opposed to going to all of these different clusters? In this case, I'm thinking, have 4 sessions at headquarters, have it at one of the RCCs, something along those lines, but have them like all in one place rather than individual.
I love your enthusiasm and the energy that you have on the ideas that you're giving us, and we most certainly will take those into consideration. But I think the show and tells are really paramount of happening in the cluster. The whole goal of a show and tell is to showcase and build our relationship with cluster association leaders. And so how can we better build that relationship than actually visiting their cluster, seeing what their issues are, seeing what the issues with cluster standards are, identifying those maintenance things that they may not be aware of. A lot of our clusters are self-managed. They don't have a management company. And so they rely on that communication. And we've done about 78 show and tells since June of 2020. And they have been leaps and bounds in terms of being informative for staff, but also for clusters. I know John did a show and tell as the cluster president for his cluster. It cannot be changed or interchanged for a virtual or a in-person meeting with 16 or 20 different clusters that come into the association's office or the nature center. It is really vital that we be out in the community and really meet members where they are, which is the whole goal.
I appreciate the response. Thank you. And then lastly, the show and tells, not the show and tells, excuse me, the Charge Up Fairfax update. Again, congratulations. That's awesome. Are we taking any steps to, I don't know, do one that's like specific to us, like that we could fund our own version of that individually inside of Reston?
I think that's a great thing about Mac and his perspective with looking at alternative ways to find things that are more deliverables for the Reston Association. So I know that we've been working on looking at and evaluating different locations for Reston Association to potentially have an electric vehicle charging station. And I know that Chris is working with, I think Friends of Reston recently funded an electric vehicle charging station at the Walker Nature Center. And so we're continuing to evaluate those, and hopefully with a new environmental director, we'll be able to kind of onboard and look at those things as a whole for the 2024-2025 biennial budget season.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Adams on this issue? Thank you. I need to beg the board's indulgence. I need to go back to the land use and comprehensive plan update for a one item. Brittany, do you have those slides that you can share with the group?
Sure.
One of the things that Supervisor Alcorn asked us to do was to go out and look at the extent to which the non-participants in RA, the developers who are not participating in RA, are advertising their projects by referring to RA. So we found a few examples, and in fact, this afternoon we found one that Comstock is doing. I don't have that queued up yet, but as you can see, the Edmond here is referring to the Thoreau Loop Trail, which obviously is a RA facility, and we maintain, and they're not paying for it. And can we go to the next one? So here we have the Aperture referring to the Golf Course Island Pool Club, which RA maintains and Aperture doesn't contribute to at all. Let's go to the next one. So this is Reston Station Metro, and you'll see that they're referring to Lake Thoreau. And the Reston Station, I think, is the Comstock project. And let's go to the next one. Yeah, go back one. This is pretty funny. Where you see what? Oh, that's Aperture. The next one is EYA. Keep going down. There's another reference in Aperture. The townhouses. So this is the one that cracked me up. So this is a Q&A, and this is EYA's townhouse development. And you'll see in the yellow box there, somebody's asking, is there a pool and clubhouse that is part of the community? And their answer is no, but residents are able to pay to join RA Association, which offers access to multiple tools, courts, tennis courts, and many other amenities at rates that have been set by Reston Association. And here's the part I'm loving. For more information about Reston Association, the costs and the amenities, please visit their website or contact Larry Butler at this telephone number. I'm sorry. I don't appreciate somebody taking on or loading up our staff and the wrong staff member with this kind of burden. So I'd ask unanimous consent to direct our council to send cease and desist order letters to each of these entities and other entities as they come along, advising them that if you're not going to join RA, please stop advertising RA facilities in order to entice people to rent or buy your facilities, because it's really just plain wrong.
So moved.
I'm asking unanimous consent. Is there any objection?
No.
None.
Hearing and seeing none, so ordered. Thank you. Sorry, I skipped that part. It's getting late. Okay.
Can you send that to us, Brittany, please? And
there are
thank you
more.
for whoever put it together.
Sure thing, will do.
We've found even more. It's almost like every single project that doesn't belong to RA is advertising RA's stuff as part of the inducement for people to buy their homes or rent their spaces. And we will pass these on. I think we've already passed these on to Supervisor Alcorn, but if not, we will. The next order of business is item N, Recreation, Environmental Education, and Member Services Update. Ms. Kowalski, sorry to keep you so late. Ms. Kowalski, are there any questions for our Director of, what are you the Director of? Director of Recreation, Environmental Education, and Member Services. We made you stay all this time and you did a perfect presentation. So thank you for that. Okay.
Bob has something, John.
Just
I'm sorry.
very quickly, Laura, could you spend about a minute discussing the new your new analytical tool?
Sure. So IntelliTrack is a part of the Vermont system application that we have, which you all may recognize more as RecTrack or WebTrack. And what that tool does is it pulls data from the registration system. So any transactions done either by members at home or by our staff or in person at our headquarters building. And we're able to pull various reports and collect information in a variety of ways that we could not before, that would have been a manual process, so that we can provide information on our programs, our services, our hours of operation, information eventually for you all to help you make decisions on anything that you're facing related to recreation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Or early morning.
Travis.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Travis, did you have something?
I did, thank you. This is great data in the dashboard, but I see that it's sample data. Is there any way that we can get some breakdowns like this that kind of compare trends, in the near future? Because like I said, these look fantastic and I would love to see them put to use in a real life setting.
Yes, we're very excited to do the same thing. And so we just received the application. Our staff haven't been trained on it yet. So we're going to go through training this summer. And then I hope that in the fourth quarter for your third quarter report out, we'll be able to share some of that information. But if you need information on a specific topic, please ask, and we can maybe dig in and use those as examples and get you the information that you need.
Sure, yeah, just from the samples that you provided in this, I've got ideas for data asks.
Okay.
So I'll shoot them over to you in an email later on.
That sounds great.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those of us who aren't fiscal mavens, the fourth quarter is October, November, December.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Not everybody deals with that on a regular basis, so it's helpful to let the humanitarian graduates understand what's going on. All right, we ready to move on? Any other questions for Ms. Kowalski? Well, enjoy the sports this weekend.
Have a good weekend.
All right. And I guess I failed you all again. Remind everybody to take part in the survey that we're circulating. And there will be people at pools this weekend with cards with QR codes and with iPads that you can fill out. The next item I have is item I, insurance group subgroup report. Mac, do you want to take this?
Sure, I can take this. Just super quick because Larry's not with us. So we had been working with an insurance subgroup to look at a variety of different components, I'll say, of our insurance. And as we did that, we put together, the report, and of course, have gotten that out in executive summary form. We're responding with our broker. I think you all know, and then we're looking to get a competitive bid around some things, especially general liability lines, and not necessarily just the umbrella. We're hoping to have that renewal package and some ideas back to the fiscal committee on June meeting, which I think is the 14th. So, that's sort of just the general update. I think kind of the big picture for the board level, it's been a fairly productive process. I think people that participate in the subcommittee would agree. I know we're all a lot more educated about some of the components of those things. So, but the actual deliverable, we're hoping to get to fiscal in June.
Director Jeffsek, you were part of that work group, I think.
Yes, and Bob was as
Do you
well.
have anything you'd like to share?
I think that we identified some areas that we're going to tweak in the insurance area, in the insurance renewals this year. And then we have some items in that report that are kind of to-do list items for the future that couldn't be undertaken this year. So I think that our insurance has gotten very expensive. And that's why, for those of you who weren't on the board, that's why we undertook the insurance subgroup, is that it went up several $100,000 in a very short time frame. And we want to make sure that the bids and the insurance that we're holding is, the coverage that we need and as affordable rates as we can manage. So we weren't able to tackle everything this year because of some of the timing of the renewal process happens mostly mid-year. The camps portion of it even happens earlier than mid-year. And so I think we have a good mix of things we could do now and things we can do later.
Director Petrine, you had some thoughts.
Yes. Let me remind my fellow directors that we will be coming back. Well, I shouldn't say we. Staff will be coming back in June because the bulk of our insurance portfolio runs July 1st to June 30th. So the June board meeting, we need to approve what will be in a neighborhood of $1 million in insurance premiums for the coming year. And I think it's also very useful to note that we talk with our present insurance broker this year, but even starting when we did, which was in February, it was really too late to start shopping brokers, not insurance companies, just people who would represent us before the insurance companies, which was very eye-opening. And then secondly, try as we will to talk through how we could self-insure through increased deductibles or what are referred to as retentions. We found that at least in discussions, it had very little impact on the overall premium costs. This is an industry that is whose premiums are dictated by the major companies, and particularly given one of the things that may not be as obvious to people on a day-to-day basis is just how complex our insurance needs are. As you can see, if you look at the first page of the report, there are 14 different lines of insurance that we have coverage for. That's a lot, and some of the companies play one off against other companies because of the way that we insure things. So it is much more complex than going to Progressive and having them do carry all your coverage.
Is there a motion that, I'm sorry, Director Josek, if you indulge me for a second, and Director Collins, I'll be right with you. Is there a motion that the board needs to act on tonight in order to enable your efforts to go forward? Mac?
No.
Jennifer? Bob?
No, there's one that we would.
I'd like to throw a motion.
Go ahead.
When you guys are ready, but Mike, go for it.
Yeah, it was kind of a basic question, Bob, and you addressed it humorously. That this is not like going to Progressive and buying your insurance. It's not like selecting this deductible produces this premium and whatnot. But could you go in a little more depth on why that's not the case for our package overall?
It is primarily dictated by the liability coverage that we carry for the dams. It is a unique coverage. It is expensive. It is tiered. We have 3 different. On the second page, you can see that we have 3 different layers of liability insurance, all of which are dictated by coverage, which $25 million coverage on the dam's liability, and then there is a separate coverage for property loss. So it's expensive very quickly. The other components of our insurance policies pale by comparison, but in the final analysis, all the premiums get blended, and your overall premium, the total premium, is driven by the complexity of the portfolio. And that's driven by the dam coverage. And I don't mean that in a pejorative case. It is the dams, the 4 dams.
Yeah, I've always wondered why we don't just self-insure on that one myself. But
well, the deed requires that we do get adequate insurance. So that's one thing. We have attempted to look at self-insurance, and then we get penalized for those, like auto insurance. You get penalized by not having adequate insurance across all your insurable risks.
All right. Well, thank you for that taste. Appreciate it.
Director Josek, you were going to make a motion.
Motion to accept the report as written and direct the CEO to incorporate any recommendations not completed during the 2023-2024 insurance renewal as staff work plan items for the 2024-2025 insurance renewal.
Mac, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, absolutely. As we get into that, just because I appreciate all the timing comments that everybody's made, if there's any technical glitches or hiccups, I'll just bring those back to you and just say, hey, we took a look at this point or this idea when we get into the body of the work next year.
I'm sorry, Brittany, I screwed up. The motion was seconded by Director Petrine. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing
I
and
just-
seeing, none-
I just wanted to comment, the reason I put the motion out there is because previous boards have asked for our insurance to be widely, looked at from a broker standpoint ever since the insurance started going up. And we haven't been able to accomplish that. And I think that it's important for the board to support that we really are behind next year going to a broker, whether that means we have to start a month from now or 3 months from now or 5 months from now is up to when MAC thinks that's appropriate. But we definitely want to shop our insurance in the future.
right. All those in favor? Raise your hands or say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Flashman and Mr. Johnson is aye. Mr. Flashman?
Aye.
That's unanimous. All right. It's 11 o'clock. And we have 3 fairly time-consuming items to address yet that we're probably going to have to carry over some of these. Director Petrine, who's also our treasurer, made a report. Are there any questions on the treasurer's report? Hearing and seeing none. What's the board's pleasure on, what do we want to talk? We've got a half an hour. What do we want to talk about? Do we want to do the covenant resolutions, the DRB resolutions, or the strategic planning process?
I vote strategic plan first.
Yes.
Anybody who has a different view? All right,
I'm fine with that.
Cam, I'm sorry, but we're going to kick you over to next month. And did we have somebody here from DRB or covenants to address this?
You did until 10 o'clock, so we're good.
Well, there you go. All right, so can I have a motion to defer consideration of the DRB Resolution 8 and 10 and the Covenants Committee Resolution 5 to the June meeting of the Board of Directors?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Jusak, Director Graywich, and Director Johnson. All those in favor of the motion will signify by aye or raising your hand.
We had.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, hang on, Mr. Adams, I'll be right back to you. Just, did I get everybody? That's unanimous?
Aye, yes.
Okay, Mr. Adams, you had something.
Sure. If the desire of the board is to have a DRB member here for that discussion, if we could have that at the forefront of the agenda for June, that would be fantastic.
Well, let me just explain what I'm going to try to be doing going forward is to have the subject items that are videos that have staff attached to them early in the evening and let the staff go home. And then we would take up that. So it may not be at the very front, but it will be close. Counsel, you had your hand up.
Something for the board to consider going forward. In the past, we had 2 executive sessions, one at the beginning and one at the end. The beginning was for Cam's report, Chris's contracts, and then we got them out of here and we saved the juicy executive session for the end of the meeting so that we could get people out of here. Something for the board to consider.
Well, I'll
I object to
definitely
the use of that word.
I'll definitely look at putting that together at the next BOC meeting to have 2 executive sessions. One for the simple stuff, one for the complex stuff. Good suggestion, Counsel. Thank you. All right.
My pleasure.
So Mr. Adams, I think we can let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well, I'm just going to hang back and do my jazzercise class. So.
All right, the last item we're going to take up tonight, I do have one item on new business to share with you all, and then, well, why don't I do that now? As you heard, and then we'll deal with strategic plan. It's 10 seconds here, 45. As you heard, there is a boatload of meetings that are going to be held by Fairfax County over the next month that impact the association and its membership. And I intend to be at many of them, and I know Mac is going to be at others, but it can't just fall on the two of us now that Larry's not going to be here. And there is a summer kickoff. And one of the things Mac wants to do is to show the flag. And I appreciate that Director Graywich is wearing his shirt tonight. Thank you. But I would ask, and I'm not going to hold you to it this instant, but I would ask that somebody on the board commit to attending the summer kickoff on June 16th and wear your stuff so that people know that the board is supportive of that kind of an activity. And so if someone would let me know who's I would go, but I've got another commitment. So with that, Mac, let's proceed with the strategic planning process.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but John, I just wanted to remind you, you do have another agenda item. O prime was June hybrid meetings.
I'll get to that after, Mac.
Right.
Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, I think as I'm thinking about the last half hour, let's say, at least as you've extended the meeting, I'm not sure what your expectations will be coming out of this. I think I had intended to give a somewhat detailed presentation followed by a fairly robust conversation. In fact, I'm sure many of you were expecting that going into tonight. So I feel like I want to set the table enough that you can have enough discussion. I'm just not sure, if you're going to be able to get through it and give full direction on this. So I think what I'll suggest is walk through the ideas that advance through BGC and some of the variables and things that were brought up at BGC as concerns or thought things to bring to the full board. And I'll posit it as that because I think there's a spectrum of wants and desires or even thought process amongst the board about what a strategic plan is and how it should be constructed, and even what the board role in that document should be. So by way of background, we took some ideas to the BGC back in the March meeting and intended to advance those forward to the board. I think it's relevant for the full board to have a recap of that. There were a number of thoughts that came forward from the BGC members. As I mentioned, there was a little bit of a spectrum there about whether or not the creation of the work or doing the work itself should be a retreat of sorts for the board, or whether or not it should be remanded to staff, possibly some sort of subcommittee. The document itself was discussed. Should the strategic plan by definition be a single year document, or should it be a multi-year document? I had originally proposed that it should be a multi-year document. I tend to view strategic plans as generally heady enough topics and setting the course of a direction for the community that's a big enough concept that it's not a 10-month concept, which I view as more of an operational plan. So in preparing tonight's remarks, I posed some, I'll call them value-based questions that I'm looking to get some guidance from you all on so that I can set the course to deliver the kind of document that you're all looking for, regardless of whether you all play a super active role in the work or the creation of that document, or ask me to bring those things back to you. I think that the concept of, is it a single year document or a multi-year document, is a very important concept. One of the issues that was brought up, and I expect it to come up tonight, so I'll just try to hit it off, in my remarks at the front. The question of whether or not it's a multi-year document, the issue that was raised is you cannot bind a future board from decision-making or making changes. That's a general legal construct. I would not propose even suggesting that any of us try to take an approach that would bind a future board. Rather, I think what I'm interested in is getting buy-in that we're setting a strategic course for the community. And you might pivot a little bit, but changing course every 10 months leads to a non-strategic approach. And I think there's a lot of facets that go into that. And what I tried to do in the PowerPoint presentation, hopefully you all saw that in your packet, is give examples of what strategic themes might look like and what goals may look like and the way a document would be structured in general. And I won't go through a full-blown presentation on that here tonight, I think, so we can get to the group dialogue. But I think it is important to stay at a high enough level that the individual action plans, particularly that as individual boards take on budgetary processes or pivoting to respond to the needs of the community, they can generally fit within those kinds of thematic areas.
Mac, can I just stop you there and let's try and get something done tonight?
Okay. I think I think what I would really.
And so what I wanted to pose to my fellow board members is, because you and I have talked about a view that a 3-year time horizon probably makes the most sense. And let's see if we can't come to consensus on, is that something we want to move forward with, a strategic plan that covers the next 3 years? And talking to people who do this for a living, I am told that 3 years today is the horizon that most strategic plans get involved in. But if somebody wants to do a 1-year strategic plan, let's have that conversation. But I think we can come to consensus on that issue. How many, what do we want to do? Is this a multi-year, and there you go, Director Jusek.
I'm happy to go down the list. You gave us 5 questions, and I'm happy to go down and give you answers to all 5 of your questions. The question we're talking about now is multi-year versus not, is question number 2. And I would say that you could do a multi-year strategic plan. They typically have different levels. The highest level strategy or goal, or whatever you call the top level, are ones that could be the multi-year version. And then some of those sub goals, objectives, strategies, whatever you call those lower level items, you could make more yearly. And then I would bring it back to the board as the April topic, or the first board meeting of the new year, the new board cycle, and either have them reaffirm those strategies or have them tweak those strategies. That's how I'd approach that question.
Anybody else on the question of multi-year versus single year? Director Petrine?
I think multi-year makes it, if you focus on a single year, it'll be very tactical. And by tactical, it's, getting things done, as opposed to what's your vision, what's your mission, which is much more strategic. It's more loosely defined, but it really kind of speaks to values as opposed to, specifics.
Director Johnson.
I'd agree that multi-year is the way to go. I think 3 years is probably the limit. It's I think the longest term that anyone has on this board. Makes perfect sense to make that the outside for the strategic plan. And I'd also say that we should have annual goals as well, to mirror what Director Joseph was saying, and attach those to each of the multi-year plans and be more flexible in those single year plans. It'll give us the opportunity to be a bit more nimble, rather than staying married to a concrete 3-year plan.
Is there anybody who's opposed to a 3-year horizon for the strategic plan? Director Collins, Director Flashman, I can't see you. If you don't think that's a good idea, please speak up.
I think a 3-year plan is appropriate.
Okay. Mac, you have your instructions. Let's come up with a 3-year plan.
Can we bounce it back to Mac?
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
This is a transition, John. I think one thing I just want you all to be cognizant of, because we're doing this community survey, which is something we only do a decade or more, in between.
Well, let me correct you. We've never done it. So this is a first.
Yeah. So, but as a major input factor around capital strategy, I'll be doing some thinking about just the relationship timing of getting going on a strategic plan that will have this major factor that comes kind of midstream, but it will probably all line up pretty well by the end of the year.
Good. So that's item number 4. Was there a decision point for us to make in question number 4? I think everybody agrees that we should be using the survey in order to create the strategic plan.
Yeah, I think my point in question 4 is, and we're going to hit this more head on in our budget discussion next week. The community survey is not going to be done in enough time to have a meaningful impact in terms of massive CIP planning for the 24 budget. I imagine if we do a multi-year plan, some of the strategy will be implementing that document through the course of 24. So, I think as we talk about how it works, there's the O&M part and the services and like what is the highest priorities of the organization, and then there's the capital.
Okay. So then there are 3 other questions, and I'm going to try and group them together.
No, I'm sorry. I had my hand up for a while.
I beg your pardon, Travis. Please forgive me.
Thanks. No worries. I had a question, Mac, about the strategic plan and how it will relate to the community survey. I have concerns that one is going to end up obviating the other. It's, we're going to do the community survey, and hopefully that'll be able to be integrated into the strategic plan. But should we do that? Will it be honest? Will that be an honest way to respond to community needs if we're then just trying to plug them into a strategic plan that we've already created? And then secondly, I guess going back to the issue we had earlier and the solution we had, why now on both of these? Why are we driven to do a strategic plan now? And why are we not holding off until after we've done the community survey? So one and again, I use the word honestly loosely here, but can honestly inform how the reaction that we take to the survey.
If I can address that,
Please.
Director Johnson, I think, I'm sorry.
I was hoping I could address that.
Well, I guess the intention of the community survey was to have it available in the preparation of the strategic plan. I don't think anybody's proposing that we actually produce a strategic plan before we have the results of the survey. Isn't that correct, Mac?
Well,
based on Mac's schedule.
Yeah, I think we've kind of morphed into some of that, John. I think if you go back to like the January timeframe, there was a thought process that the board did not want to wait and lose all of 2023 and wanted to do the exact thing that Travis is saying there may be a concern about. One of the ways I had thought about trying to help you all thread that needle, there are going to be a number of strategic plan priorities around service and service delivery and what it means to be a great RA organization. And so from a sequencing standpoint, if you have a multi-year strategic plan, we can certainly be adopting how we do service and what it means to be RA and how that all works. But Travis is raising a good point about the role of the facilities in community building and obviously the financial part, which flows from what we're going to decide to do coming out of that.
Director John, did you have something?
No. I'm good.
Director Collins, then Director Juszczyk.
I'll just echo Travis's point that I have no interest in starting a strategic plan until we have a community survey results. It's that simple. I'd rather kick it.
I don't think anybody disagrees with you. Director Juszak?
The community survey is focused on facilities. So there are many other components of service and programs that RA does. So I do think we can make strides in walking down the path of the strategic plan, addressing some of those other higher level strategic plan items, and carrying into fourth quarter the community survey and the results of that in one of the strategic plan items. It's very focused on facilities.
Well, but it's not exclusive to facilities, and there are questions that are posed that I would want to get answers to in the context of being comfortable with the strategic plan. So I'd like to have regardless of how the strategic plan is developed, I'd like to have the benefit of the survey before I get too deep into the weeds on the strategic plan. But other thoughts?
I still go back to value and vision, and those gets the survey. I agree with Jennifer that the survey focuses on facilities and wants, not even needs, wants. So I think it's a much narrower focus. It had to be. It was a massive survey. Anything that takes you 15 minutes to complete is a bigger commitment than a lot of people are willing to make. And I think there are some values that RA has had since its outset that, Simon's planning principles dictate, are the embodiment of what Reston is and what Reston Association has done for the last 6 years. I don't see those changing dramatically, but how they get implemented over time is another thing.
Will probably.
I'm sorry, Director Flashman, did you have something?
Yes. I agree that we need to look at things beyond the survey, and that there are a number of elements that are important for a strategic plan that do not depend on the survey, and that we need to look at those and include and begin building the survey. I'm building the strategic plan without waiting for it. It can be modified if it is necessary on the basis of the survey, but I think there are a lot of elements there that need to be attended to and can go forward without reference to the survey.
Yeah, I disagree, but let's see if we can get a consensus on this. Laurie? Oh, wait a second.
Well,
Travis, did you have your hand up?
I did, but Lori, I believe, had hers up first, so please go ahead.
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I would agree that our values are not going to change based on what the survey says. Our values of Reston and Reston Association and what we are and who we are important and long-standing, and I think we can move forward on a lot of strategic planning without waiting for the survey. So I guess I would agree with Jennifer that, as I see it, the survey is more focused on facilities and properties, not values.
Okay, so then
I'm sorry. So my response is just that I wasn't saying we shouldn't work on the strategic. I was saying that we shouldn't have a we shouldn't strive to have the final strategic plan until after we've gotten survey results and we've accurately tabulated them and done an analysis of that data. I'm not at all saying that the process should stop until then. I'm saying that, we have to integrate it into the process of development, not backfill it into a strategic plan.
I have council's raised his hand.
This has Matt.
Chair, I saw you looking at your watch, so you know why I'm raising my hand. You got 10 minutes until you need another motion.
Yep. I'm not gonna, I hope I'm not gonna hear another motion. The only other issue that, and I think, I don't know if we've got a consensus here on this question. I need to interrupt us and take care of one other bit of business. Many of you have expressed a desire for us to have in-person meetings again. And our council tells me that I need a board to approve the June meeting of the Board of Directors will be in person and or hybrid and going forward, that the meetings of the board will be in person and hybrid so that we can start getting back together again. Can I get a motion to that effect? Hang on.
Tony's got something.
Go ahead, Council.
Mr. Petrines made the motion. I need a second.
Mr. President,
Yes.
before you take this motion up, my understanding is that you want next week's meeting with fiscal to be hybrid. If so, the motion would need to reflect that.
Grand. So that future meetings of the Board of Directors be in person / hybrid. That would be the motion that Mr. Petrine has made, Director Petrine has made, and that that Director Johnson has seconded.
Yes, I did.
Well done. Mac, you had your hand up to talk to this.
I'll just make one quick point because there was some question about just technological requirements and what happens if something goes wrong. We've been preparing for this and we've done some testing with the IT group. I would just simply mention that as we have multiple platforms going, because we have a live stream and then we also have the Zoom platform for two-way interaction. The Zoom platform, if you're remotely, you're going to see one camera picture of the entire room as compared to multi-camera, for those of you that remember the old in-person meetings versus the live stream. So just from a quality standpoint, there'll be that one nuance, and we're working on taking a look at what that looks like going forward. But we're confident there won't be a technological problem or noticing issue.
Director Jusek, you had something on that?
What is our definition of hybrid?
Hybrid, it would be to allow a board member to attend remotely and to allow members to make comments remotely.
Okay, so it does include members, because the old definition of hybrid meant only board members or staff that had to participate in the meeting for their job was hybrid.
My intention is that if a member wants to make a comment, that they would be able to do it remotely.
You're here.
That'd be my intention and my understanding of the motion.
And my second question, and as long as that's everybody's definition, I'm good with that. My second question is, it came, like as Max described, it came up that if something happened, then we'd have to end a board meeting. So what does that mean if something happens?
No, what I'm hearing is that that something won't happen sufficient to cause us to need to amend or to adjourn the meeting.
I would hope not, but if the Zoom version of the meeting stops, if Zoom dies, do we have to end the meeting?
In the event that for some reason Zoom goes down and we can't recover it, yes, the meeting would have to end because we are offering it in that manner. I think the chances.
How about the live stream? How about the live stream? We've had it happen, Tony, last. How about the live stream?
I'm less concerned about the live stream because the live stream is a ability for people to one-way view as opposed to participate. Zoom is intended for them to have participation. And so it's a two-way avenue of communication. If the live stream goes down or YouTube goes down, that I don't think ends the meeting.
And I'd go further to say that if Zoom were to go down after the member comment period, I would see no reason to end the meeting because members are only allowed to participate during the member comment period.
So we would still have to have a quorum.
Oh, sure.
But if we had a quorum in the room and the people who were
we just lost Jennifer.
Members of the board who were not in the room but were participating by Zoom or otherwise, they get cut off, the meeting can continue with votes taken as long as there's a quorum in the room.
That would be my intention.
Now, I will say that this is untested law. This is brand new. The Virginia
Right.
Assembly only allowed this a year ago. So, we'll see, and I will update the board as we get more guidance from the courts.
Okay.
All right, we ready for a vote on this? All those in favor say aye. Raise your
Aye.
hand.
Aye.
Mike Collins.
Unanimous.
All right, that's unanimous. It's 11:27. I think that we've accomplished all we can accomplish on the strategic plan process. And we're just gonna have to carry this over to give Mac further guidance. I think we need to have a conversation about, is this the CEO's strategic plan? Is it the board's strategic plan? Do we appoint a subcommittee to work with Mac on the strategic plan? Do we have a facilitator? Do we do a retreat? I think those are all questions that we need to spend some time on. And I would ask you to give consideration to that and be prepared to discuss it at the June board meeting. And with that, because I'm cutting off discussion, I do actually need a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, would you also need a motion to defer that item to the June meeting?
I'm happy to have such a motion.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to continue the discussion on the strategic plan process to the June meeting?
I make that
I have a
motion.
motion, Director Johnson, seconded by Director Dodd, and I've gone soft in the head. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Unanimous. All right. And now I need a motion to adjourn. Director Petroni.
The goofy looking old guy. I move to adjourn the meeting.
I have a second.
Second.
Second by Director Grywich and Director Dodd. All those in favor of adjourning say aye.
Aye.
I think that's unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and consideration. We are adjourned at 11:28. You all have a great holiday weekend.